PUBG Mobile version 2.6 is coming soon. Let's take a look at all the new content. Welcome to the Dinogram. Velociraptor, Pterosaur, T-Rex. The three prehistoric legends have arrived at the battleground. Let's see where they can be found. Primal zones are scattered throughout the map. We can find velociraptors and pterosaurs there, tame them, and become their friend and companion. Velociraptors and pterosaurs are loyal companions, but they can only carry one player on an adventure. Besides that, they have different strengths. Velociraptors are adept at jumping. They can easily jump onto a higher platform or roof, allowing for quick traversal and exploration. Pterosaurs are great at flying. They can dash a certain distance to quickly reposition. They can also grab teammates or enemies on the ground to help the team or disrupt enemies. There are loads of other interesting things in Primal Zones as well, such as the Pterosaur Hoops minigame, dino hatcheries, and more. Let's explore together. The Dino Settlement has quality supplies and a formidable T-Rex that needs rescuing. Once rescued, you can fight alongside it. The T-Rex can carry 4 players and traverse through river terrain. It also has 2 powerful skills, Roar and Dash. The T-Rex's roars can cause damage and screen shake, while its dash gives it a speed boost. For every match, a T-Rex will randomly spawn in a dino settlement. Fancy becoming the coolest team on the battleground? Then you've got to find it. In the latest version of World of Wonder, you can experience new gameplay devices, including the teleportation device, dinosaur spawn device, UAZ spawn device, and more. At the same time, we've also added new objects, such as the trampoline, launcher, conveyor belt, and boost belt, among others. You can get your creative juices flowing. At the same time, we'll also be introducing a new parkour gameplay type. You'll begin at a starting line, and go through various levels as you skillfully cross moving platforms and avoid large swinging hammers. The one who reaches the finish line first will be the winner. In World of Wonder, we've added a feature tab and simplified the process of using templates in order for you to create and discover new possibilities more easily than ever. You can now find a match for multiple creations at the same time to get playing as quickly as possible. In the new version, Classic Mode will be undergoing loads of updates. We've added a full auto mod attachment that gives some firearms a full auto firing mode. It's compatible with the M16A4 and the MK47. Not only that, but we've also tweaked some firearm specs and adjusted the locations of vehicle spawns and more. Furthermore, the new Cycle 4 Season 12 is coming soon. Please look forward to the new season rewards. There are some updates to the Metro Royale gameplay. Gather your friends and give it a try now. That's a wrap for the main content in this new version. For more information about Classic Mode updates, please follow our official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
If you somehow get eliminated during an intense battle, how can you continue to be with your teammates? New companion spectating feature is available now. When you're eliminated in a match and enter spectating mode, you just need to wait 5 seconds to access the transform feature. After tapping the button, you can transform into your companion to remain by your teammate's side. When spectating as a companion, you can still see your teammates' elimination broadcasts and can freely perform companion emotes to cheer your teammates on at any time. However, that is all the help you can offer. You aren't able to see enemies or supplies, so you won't be able to disclose their whereabouts. Even if you don't have a companion, you can always transform into Ray to spectate. Cheer for your teammates after getting eliminated.
Saya rasa sedih lah, sebab sekelas kita orang, standar kita orang sepatutnya tinggi. Yang aku rasain benar-benar sedih sih. Kayak aku jujur, aku ngerasanya kita nggak lolos. And kita orang tak lepas tuh buat saya macam speechless.
Maksud belum ada beberapa perubahan dalam carta bagi kedudukan siapakah yang akan qualify ke next week ataupun minggu depan.
Saya nggak ada render mobil sama render orang.
Sejujurnya lumayan ngerasa susah sih, karena bener-bener ngerasain orang baru gitu kan. Kayak ya aku sama Yohai kan dibilang cukup udah lama, tapi sama yang lain kayak Swavel, Satar, itu kayak baru ya. Kita harus cari gameplay baru, layout baru, terus kita harus cari connection, chemistry gitu-gitu ya. Itu cukup makan waktu sih menurut aku. And kita harus start dari bawah balik, start from scratch. And banyaklah benda baru yang kita buat. Contoh kita orang bonding, macam kalau sebelum ni kita orang buat effort dia dalam 1, sekarang effort dia dalam 2, macam tu je lah. Plus minus macam tu.
DBE untuk mereka perlu mencari lagi 10 markah untuk memecut DBD.
Dekat Liga, masalah yang saya rasa cuma tak confidence kita orang tu macam kurang. Mungkin gara-gara kalah fight macam tu. Tapi kita orang berusaha balik untuk step up. Hilang rasa kepercayaan satu sama lain di saat kita udah kalah fight, di saat kita lagi down gitu. Belum kurang ada yang bisa nyemangatin balik gitu.
Bisa, Gen. Pas lu di mana? Pas lu kena tadi. Bisa. Apa yang nggak bisa, Cok?
Soalnya kan yang paling belakang aku bareng kalian, Cok.
Yang tadi terjadi di Myanmar sebelumnya, mereka harus fight. Menuju ke arah PBE. Timing. 2 pemain dari Bigetron, kita harapkan mereka bisa menang.
Tinggal Ryzen yang tersisa di bagian tangga, bermain dengan menggunakan semua UAV dan gagal. Bigetron dipulangkan ke arah lobby, semakin mendebarkan situasi saat ini.
Digunakan 3 peluru terakhir, tembakan
Satu
bermain di dalam. Tapi PBE menang lagi. PBE menang lagi. PBE sudah mendapatkan 11 eliminasi.
Ini mereka bisa balabakan time loh malah.
Santai dulu, bos. Santai dulu nggak sih PBE? Santai dulu. PBE
Dipulangkan. Hashtag 3 tapi cowok.
14 elim.
Tangkap, Ring.
Tapi udah direk mama tanya mga Indo. Apa kanannya?
Sebab kita seberangan kan dengan PBE. Aku lihat reaction mereka, aku lihat mereka sampai last circle. Dan kita dapat informasi kalau PBE itu number 3 dan 14 kill kan. Dan di situ aku ngerasa kayak udah enough, kita udah nggak bisa lolos. Ternyata kita beda 1 poin, kita masih bisa lolos ya.
Belum. Kita pecat produser aja. Oh enggak bener.
Wah, lolos! Yeah! Wow, beda 2 bonus poin.
What do I feel? I cry. I feel like I rasa bersyukur lah, macam diberi kesempatan lah. Menurut aku ini kesempatan kita sih buat buktiin ke orang-orang kalau kita masih layak, dan kita harus bersyukur kita masih bisa lepas, bisa lolos gitu. And we learn from the league lah. So in the final we hope we can do all out the best performance, the performance that we are waiting for so long. Kalau dari aku sendiri motivasinya yang pasti ya itu sih yang pertama, kita masih diberi kesempatan buat membuktikan gitu. Dan aku rasa juga poin nggak jauh, semua masih bisa dikejar, nggak ada yang nggak mungkin. Nothing is impossible sih.
Sepertimu Box Gaming, oh Box Say you remember me, PUBG Mobile.
Perasaan aku ya senang aja sih bisa balik lagi kompetitif, apalagi di ajang SEA kan, sebab belum tentu semua orang bisa mencapai di titik ini gitu. Jadi bersyukur aja. Cuman yang awalnya emang nggak expect mereka mau pindah, karena bilangnya mereka yang satu bilangnya mau rehat, yang satu bilangnya masih mau main. Tiba-tiba mereka pindah, ya aku juga sempat diajak kan. Ya udah, maksudnya dari situ aku respect aja sih keputusan mereka. Apapun yang mereka lakuin kan itu demi kenyamanan mereka sendiri.
Tengah lah, bego.
Kan ada kemungkinan watchlist kedua itu berarti kalau misalnya dia ngelihat di sini cuma ada persenarian, bisa jadi yang orang ini kaplan kan.
Ini coba bisa jadi.
Tapi mainnya masih cepat.
Soalnya yang aku kalau misalnya ini 2 sih, kalau misalnya Persija Evos, salah satu nama yang memang sangat-sangat besar dekat Indonesia, player dia pun besar. Zuxi, Luxi, Ini antara orang lama, OG untuk PUBG Mobile. 2 season agak santai untuk diorang. Tapi PMSL kali ini, kalau kita tengok daripada statistik, daripada segi kill point, elimination point, survival rate, Zuxi dan Luxi membawa Persija EVOS mendunia. Kali ini kita boleh nampak orang lama masih berbisa.
Pertama sih senang karena bisa berada di tim baru. Karena di tim lama mungkin kita belum dapat yang terbaik dan saya mau cari suasana baru di tim baru ini dan semoga di saya kali ini kita dapat peringkat yang paling terbaik lah karena di tahun kemarin kita tidak dapat pergi ke saya sama sekali kan. Ya semoga aja. Jadi untuk line up-nya itu sebelumnya aku pernah bermain dengan Red Face juga dan pernah juga sama Microboy dan aku juga pernah juga sama cukup lama juga dengan Misery. Terus ditambah lagi dengan anak baru yang berpotensi yaitu Lynx. Jadi gak banyak banget hal yang harus dirubahkan di tim ini. Jadi tinggal memaksimalkan aja. Sam9. Karena apa Sam9? Karena kita sering banget ketemu dengan Sam9 dan kita sering kalah di fight-nya dengan Sam9. Jadi tim yang harus diwaspadai dari Malaysia itu Sam9.
真情是因为竟然有马来队伍要拿我们华人，然后兴奋是因为我可以打 PMPL， 沟通问题是最大的咯。就比如有一个队伍在你左边或者右边，你要表达就要想一下，只想1-2秒。当然这1-2秒在游戏上是很关键的。然后打法上也是，我们只有不到15天的时间要慢慢磨合，所以能打到这样子，我觉得不错啊。
Perasaan saya, hopefully diorang dapat memberikan yang terbaik dan target top 2.
Bahasa memang paling penting sekali dalam komunikasi. Dalam Team 7-9 dia memang unik sebab dia kira balance. Ada player Putra, ada Adips, ataupun ada Dap, and then dua daripada player ni akan main dengan Long dengan Loyu. So ini yang orang cakap kebimbangan dan main concern saya masa 7-9 announce roster ni. Bahasa apa dia nak pakai and will it work? Adakah ia akan berkesan? Tapi surprisingly diorang berjaya untuk adapt and jadikan komunikasi itu okey.
Ciao.
Ciao.
Gambate.
Gambari.
Mungkin dari Sam9 masuknya Loyu and Long dengan masuknya mereka berdua sangat impact banget. Bahkan aku sampai bakal bisa ditawarin tim PEL ya. Gila, aku kayak dua orang ini tuh impeccable banget.
So saya rasa bangga dia cakap kita orang top team kat Malaysia. Saya tak tengok pun PMPL MY tu sebab saya fokus study. Tapi saya tengoklah result dia. And adalah beberapa game saya tengok. Bolehlah mengecewakan lah. Diorang tak perform sebab saya tak ada je. Diorang perlukan saya. So jangan gelak lah. Ais. It's a fact, you know. So PMSL, I'm back. Macam tu lah. Kadang-kadang kita orang explain lah apa maksud. Macam maksud certain phrase lah. Kita orang explain apa maksud dia, then dia orang faham lah. So kita orang tolong each other lah untuk hadapi lah masalah tu.
Aduh. Macam mana bodoh tu?
Selamat datang di Grand Final PMSL SEA 2023 dan tentunya ditemani sama kita berdua untuk hari ini bersama gue Junior dan juga
inilah kesempatan mereka untuk membuktikan kualitas mereka. It is now or never.
Loyu masih lagi akan hidup. Tiger X akan datang dekat ini dengan DBS dan makanya lepas dalam kawasan semua. Dia cuba naikkan nyawa, dia cuba berjaya naikkan nyawa. Dia lawan kedua orang. Dia dapat satu. Dia mencari yang kedua sekarang ini. Nyawanya lebih tinggi. Sam9 akan dipegang. Revival akan berjaya untuk dilakukan. Nyawa perlu dinaikkan secepat mungkin kerana player daripada face clan betul-betul depan muka. Posisi ini dilakukan gantung. Mormon dapatkan Lung dan Mormon akan mendapatkan
Kenal kawasan kau tadi bila kau ambil kat warehouse tu. Satu kau main warehouse, kau ambil seorang. So sepatutnya kau ni priority kau juga.
Tapi nak aku 2 orang.
Susah, berapa kali kita nak boleh ingat. Kalau kau tak boleh nak, kalau kau rasa kau tak boleh nak aware surround dia, sekarang ni kau ikut orang je. Kau jangan duduk seorang. Sebab apa kau ada masalah, aku ingat teammate dengan aku. Aku ingat teammate ada aku, aku ingat teammate ada dengan aku. Because it's already the grand finals and the mistake that we made, it's a repetitive mistake. So you have to, it's the grand final. What else is there to say? You don't get to play this kind of level that frequent.
Coba cek depan ya. Kalian berhenti, gua cek depan, Cuk. Lihat belakang dan
sama lain sangat tinggi. Sekarang ni RRQ
maka ada kebangkitan dan juga lebih banyak majority akibatkan PG Esports.
Satu lagi depan gua.
Begitu saja dan harus melawan Potato dan bener aja Exa. Ini udah top performance-nya Exa sih. Ini udah 100%-nya Red Face sih. Ini benar-benar suara berbeda digunting mereka sekaligus dari pemain-pemain yang ada di low ground dan selesai. Bom yang masuk.
Kalau gua ke kanan, itu anjing enggak pernah shot. Maka gua udah bingung.
Motivasi aku ketika kemarin tidak qualified to PMGC final itu yang apalagi PMGC final dan offline turnamen terus di Jakarta dan aku nggak ada di situ, jadi kayak aduh ini suatu momen yang sangat disayangkan banget. Jadi itu yang titik kembalinya aku buat main lagi sih, pengen main lagi. Sudah lama tidak mendapatkan piala dan saatnya ini waktu buat dapetin piala sih. Kan udah sekitar 2-3 tahun belum ada piala. Jadi bangun tidur belum nggak lihat piala di rumah ya kayak rasa ada yang kurang kan. Jadi hari ini kita harus dapet piala sih.
Ada satu jalan cerita yang kita boleh kata lebih cantik, lebih meriah, lebih suasana yang menakutkan. Sebab kita tahu kalau bukan DBS, bam habis. Ada variasi daripada penggunaan senjata tu. Ni mungkin akan jadi PMSL yang terbaik pernah kita lihat. Sebab setiap player akan tunjukkan kehebatan masing-masing menggunakan senjata yang berbeza. Itu yang saya nantikan untuk Grand Final.
ก็เริ่มตั้งแต่ PMPL แชมเปี้ยนครับ แล้วก็ทุกรายการที่แข่งขันต่อไป
Do you want to record your highlights in even more ways? Now, all your sweet vehicles can be used with creation mode. Vehicles get their own dedicated section in creation mode. So, even if you're in the driver's seat, you'll be able to capture the moment nicely. Vehicles have some new exclusive photo and video templates. But of course, you can still use the other templates if you like. You'll be able to capture your exact pose while driving. Flying vehicles also have their own specially designed template, which is perfect for the latest pterosaur vehicle. Be sure to snap some epic shots. With regards to companion templates, we've added a feature to help choreograph a series of emotes. Once the camera starts rolling, companions will perform emotes based on your arrangement. Of course, you don't want to forget about the new day-night cycle feature. You'll be able to seamlessly change from day, dusk, and night to tweak the ambiance to your liking. Oh yeah, if you want to record interesting video clips, why not go to Cheer Park to try the improved creation mode? The new emote change speed feature is sure to add some flair.
Welcome to PUBG Mobile's Dino Ground. I'm the Dino Explorer who'll be leading you on this adventure. Here, you and your teammates will go on a survival adventure together. Naturally, exhilarating challenges await in this unknown battleground. Let's remain vigilant and open-minded as we embark on our prehistoric exploration. The first stop is the Primal Zone. These protected areas are located all over Erangel and Livik, and are the primary habitats of velociraptors and pterosaurs. But fear not, they won't hurt you. Approach cautiously to tame them, and they'll become your most loyal battle companion. You can also ride them to participate in various challenges and become a Dino Ranger. Unleash your imagination to discover more interesting gameplay. Shh, keep it down. You don't want to scare the baby dinosaurs. Besides large adult dinosaurs, there are also some adorable ones in the Dino Hatchery on the map. Be friendly, and who knows, your loving care might bring unexpected surprises. Next, we have the most perilous and exhilarating Dino Settlement. This is where the T-Rex with extraordinary destructive power is detained, making it a popular area for players to compete for. Be sure to protect yourself. While eliminating enemies, destroy the gate to rescue the T-Rex and make it an exclusive mount for you and your teammates. Use the T-Rex special skills to cooperate with your teammates to force your way out and enter the final play zone. Alright, I believe you now have a good grasp of all the prehistoric survival guide tips. So what are you waiting for? Come and show off your skills in the new PUBG mobile version.
Welcome back, survivors. You are currently witnessing glory out of these fine teams that are contesting here in the PUBG Mobile Pro League Wildcard of Southeast Asia. My name is Contra, and here with me is Sir Cloud, and we will continue on our journey throughout the weekend here to see who will make it into the grand finals.
Yes, and today is the second last day of the league, meaning that by tomorrow we'll find out who will be eliminated. Could a great escape happen? Well, it's up to the players to tell us. And for the players, technically they only have 8 more games to go. We'll be broadcasting 5 games, of course, but because it's a round robin group, so 8 more games to go for the players.
That's right, and each respective team will only have 4 matches to be played out, and they will take a break of 1 game only, as all these teams will rotate. And as we explain even further on, if you're joining us for the very first time, of course, we'll be explaining to you how the format runs. So far, of course, before we even get to the format, there's a lot of cool things that you can currently check out in PUBG Mobile itself, and you can get your hands on the Ultimates Crimson FELT's AMR, the brand new weapon where you can just deck it all out till level 6 with all the sick visuals that it comes with.
Yeah, and if you want a preview of it, do check out the advertisement during the break, and you can get a little bit of a glimpse of what you're getting into if you invest yourself. And the first draw is only 10 UC.
That's right, and well, currently this is going to be our latest collaboration between PUBG Mobile as well as Ducati, where you can get your hands on the Panigale V4S and many more items that is to do with both PUBG Mobile as well as Ducati. And make sure you grab it fast because you only have about 5 more days to do so.
Yeah, the Ducati, I mean, this is a beautiful piece of equipment inside the game. So looking forward to see more of you guys actually using it. And I'll be looking forward to see you guys as well turning into, well, RGB inside the game. Check out the all-new RPA series that's currently available right now. And you'll be able to get items worth over 48,000 UC. And I wonder which color would you pick if you get the choice?
Well, out of all these colors, I would pick green, honestly, because like you can mess with maybe the grasses inside of Erangel or inside of Sanhok, but maybe orange will be pretty good when it comes down to battling inside of maybe Myanmar.
Oh, well, if you battle inside the Dino Ground, then green will likely be the choice. So the new team mode is currently available. All you need to do is update your game and you'll find that, well, in the new theme mode. So you can try it out for free, ride the dino power, try out the dinosaurs inside of it. Let us know your experience as well in the comment section, because we'd like to know from you guys whether you like it, but I'm sure you do.
Yeah, and of course, going back to our format of the PMPL SEA Wildcard, we've already concluded week 1 of matches, and now we are currently at week 2. So we'll only have about a total of 8 more matches for each respective teams, but a total of 10 for all of you guys to witness, as all these groups are dispersed into 5 teams in each group, and they will rotate every single round. Only top 16 will make it to the grand finals, as they are all battling for a whopping $40K US.
Yes, and we'll know who will be the top 16 by tomorrow, so make sure you stay tuned with us. It's going to be an all-out battle, not only tomorrow, but today as well, because it will be the last sprint for all our players for this week, and some of the teams will be eliminated. And right now, we can see that some of the teams are still fighting for survival, and we don't really know yet, because it will be calculated based on the bonus points. So keep your eye on today.
That's right, and remember this, there is going to be one slot for them to move into the PMSL as well, where they also will be joined by the rest of Southeast Asia, namely from Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, as well as Vietnam. Currently poised in position is Asia Esports for week 2, but it is not solidified yet, because last week we see GE doing extremely well, and not to mention PBE, they also do have that slot as well.
Well, in case you skipped a few seasons, we'll re-explain the point system to you. Basically, every week of the league, based on the placements by the end of the week, they will collect a certain amount of points, which is shown on the graphic on the right. And that total bonus points will be the starting point in the grand finals, assuming they get through. And mind you again, that to qualify onto the grand finals, it will be calculated based on the bonus points and not the league points.
That's right, and of course, these are the teams that are currently contesting. They are all being placed into respective groups on the results that they've managed to achieve back in the past week. So, following from Group A to all the way to Group E, if you're looking at the top of each group, these are basically the teams with the highest of position. GE at #1 spot, WPM, so on and so forth. But even despite TGOA having some really rough results back in week 1, we are seeing huge improvements coming from them, and not forgetting our top dogs of the tournament, where we have Federalis of West Point Mamba to be challenging GE's Master EG. And this week itself, you're looking at Federalis not only overtaking in many of all these stats from Master EG, but have significantly amplify his firepower on the damage that he's done per round.
Yes, and right now, Ichi, he is in the running for the MVP, but not too far from Federalis. Anyway, what's going to be important as well is that the weekly rankings and Austria Esports currently at the #1 spot, overtaken Sin, but on page #2, we got FV as well as Hyena Raven. They will still be fighting for their survivability onto the grand finals.
Yeah, and it's utmost of importance for today for them to secure as many points as possible. Currently, Effie is also tied with Game Lab, so these teams are definitely in that danger zone. So with that being said, they need to really put in some hefty amount of points in order to catch up against the rest. And once they do hit the 50 mark threshold or so, you can see it is pretty equal, where majority of the teams are sitting around 59 to 50.
We gotta highlight the top teams of yesterday that really performed. So we got West Point Mamba, we got GE as well as APG. I think these teams, they are by now a staple name inside of the Southeast Asia Wildcard series. All these teams played the last season, and obviously they're still playing now. West Point Mamba having Federalis in the lineup, he's really solid. I mean, he was the MVP for the last season, and we can see that he has been kind of carrying the team, and it's not like his other teammates are not really up to the pace, but it's because of his presence he really carried the team up forward.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Meanwhile, we also do see Sparks of Brilliance coming out of Anchor PUBG, which see them close out matches back in Myanmar. But today, we start off with Sanok, and this is also a map where we have known most of these Cambodian teams to be performing very well at. Meanwhile, with both GE as well as WPM back in momentum, will they be able to actually contest that? We'll definitely have to see. And putting all these names on the block, of course, we forget to even mention how this week we see such a drastic shift where on the top 3, it's Asia, Sid, as well as HWG. So if they do secure a chicken dinner here, it's good to actually basically confirm perhaps their slot into the grand finals already, because some of these names have already performed very well back in week 1.
Oh, well, speaking about performing well, looks like the Sanhok map mostly dominated by the Cambodian teams. So we got FOD, we got Austria Esports as well as APG. West Point Mamba, one of the more consistent teams, obviously because that's why they're on the top. They are currently one of the top performers of Sanhok as well. So as we can see here, based on rank points, obviously FOD, but based on elimination points, APG has the firepower in Sanhok.
Yeah, it's looking pretty scary as well, where how APG has been able to basically assert dominance in this map by just taking majority of all these central areas of play and also controlling other teams' movements in order to reap all these form of elimination points, but ranking points where you do see them lagging behind. Perhaps they could also prioritize on their position heading into that mid game, and things would look a lot better for Anchor PUBG. But hey, if you can get more elimination points versus what you can basically achieve out of the chicken dinner, I guess there's not going to be much complaints. They could just continue on with that same mentality and perhaps strive for the top score by the end of the round. But, you know, it's time for the hot takes, Sir Cloud. I see that you have FV, Harami Bro, as well as FOD. So tell me some stories.
Yeah, I would say that honestly, for a team like FV, I'm still looking forward to see one of the Singaporean teams actually make it onto the grand finals of a PMPL. And if any of them do, it would be the first time inside of the history of PMPL that a Singaporean team actually managed to get through. So rooting for all the Singaporean teams as well at the bottom. But besides that, of course, FOD, I mean, there's a reason they're number one, right? So you gotta put them up in the caster prediction as well. For your side, you have interesting picks as well. Why don't you tell us a little bit more?
Yeah, based on all these teams that I have selected, I think Asia Esports have already shown us a couple days back that they definitely have a great grasp when it comes down to playing South Sanhok on how fast they actually rotate and also the way that they actually secure his position and not be too drastic about taking too many fights. I do love their playstyle. Meanwhile, Falcon is kind of similar to what Anchor PUBG offers, right? Huge firepower, and they've been able to basically at least go for trades before even bowing out. I would see them thriving inside of Sanhok. Meanwhile, Game Labs, I've seen them got chicken dinners before in the last week, and I think that they are definitely one of the teams that are definitely in along the thresholds of the red zone. So I'm just hoping to actually see a team with such quality to be able to get out of the red.
Yeah, Game Lab currently on page number 2, the only team on page number 2 with a chicken dinner, and it's as if like their only main performance was getting the chicken dinner. After that, they didn't really perform. So if they stay on the red zone, they could possibly be eliminated. So they got to be careful there if they continue to be in that kind of position. But of course, we still got 8 more games to go, so anything can happen. And inside of Sanhok, not the team's favorite map because it's such a circle-dependent map.
Yeah, and I guess that this is where there's multitudes of possibilities, right? When we look into the very first circle, it's really hard to tell, but when it comes down to stage 3, I think like the ideas of how to basically play it out will be a lot more certain. But if you don't really position yourself by stage 3 onwards, you're gonna have such a tough time, especially when these circles may actually appear on the northwestern end of Camp Alpha sector, or maybe in further down south. It will actually force a lot of all these teams either into a place where they have to force a fight, or even worse, bow out to the play zone. You don't like either one, so it's all about rapid action and quick thinking when we do move into the map.
Yeah, so it's all about rapid action, that's for sure, because now, in case you guys didn't notice, that you can't play the healing game anymore inside of Sanhok. So you gotta take fights, and in a small map like this, we can expect very, very early fights. Expect it to happen inside a boot camp, inside a Paradise Resort. That has been a place of contention for the past few Sandhogs, and we will only play one Sandhog a day, meaning that if teams want to make up for whatever happened in the previous Sandhog, they can. So they gotta do their best. They gotta really put in the work here in this one and only Sandhog in today. And of course, there will be a group that will be staying out of Sandhog. That's going to be Group B, West Point Mamba, APG. Here we go again as well as CFU. Let's head on to Sandhog.
Well, Cloud, not sure if you missed me for a day, but I bet that there's a lot of things that have happened within that span of 5 rounds. And do you feel like today's going to be any form of difference when it comes down to the teams that have been able to perform yesterday and teams that, of course, share the same sort of struggles? Do you expect a huge shift going on when we move into this map where we're already starting off with the flight? It's leaning very close in towards the western plain, so I guess like it's not really going to be mattering all too much on how these flight paths go, but access into their own favorite drop spots may just be delayed for a little bit for those teams that like to drop to the east.
Yeah, I know someone has been busy rock climbing today, so Totally understand that. It's fine. But glad you still made it for the show. Oh, it's you? Oh, oops. But keep your eye on to the southern side. I think we got 2 teams there. I can see Makna and PBE drop into the same area. Painan as well. Joseph drop around the area where the pros are at. So these 2 areas will be an area of contention.
Yeah, and I didn't really expect them to be contesting so early on, but basically this fight path also forces team to get loot very early. And now it's going to be Yura battling out against 2 members of PBE, and that is already first blood secured by the team of the Philippines, PBE.
Ooh, yeah, first blood given towards Cool. He ain't not got any Cool there. But Joseph, oh, he got away. Damn. Luckily, he didn't go into the house that Demon was at. If not, it would have been Demon's first preemptive strike.
Yeah, I was really surprised that they didn't really actually have him go on a chase instead. And now FOD has found themselves a couple of weapons to work with. A little bit of a spread at the very least for the rest of FOD members. But at this current position, 5 of Danger could basically gatekeep those teams that are coming in from the south side. And just look at the colors. There's so many teams coming in from the central zone, and through which the guys of Asia have spotted out 1 member out of Enigma just across the islands. All these early scuffles with teams losing out a member or 2, and I guess Enigma is the one that's taking the short end of the stick right now, not getting any traits back in the early game and already losing 2.
Yeah, Enigma, after losing the fight inside of boot camp, they left boot camp. And they moved towards the L house area, but so happened to be caught out. And it's not only happened to be caught out, yeah, unfortunately for Enigma. So it looks like Enigma, they're kind of struggling this week. As we can see here, only 45 points. And if you gotta think about it, right, the points at the bottom teams, a lot of them are really close, like FV, G-Lab, 39 points, and then you have a 6-point gap with Enigma, and there's 5 points with Falcon, and Falcon is tied with PBE, Bros tied with TGOA, so on and so forth, meaning that if any of the bottom teams could get a chicken dinner, they could shoot up like a lot, and possibly even if any of them were to be in the danger zone, if they can get a good consistent run after that 1 chicken dinner maybe, then they could be safe. But I can't say the same safe for Smile, unless Ichi can pick him up.
Yeah, and Master Smile would be bombarded with a couple of grenades coming in from YG. YG now having the swifter rotations to be able to cut towards this cross-section. This is a usual spot for the likes of Genesis Esports, but Master Ichi decides this is not going to be worthwhile. Perhaps if they could basically pick up both of his teammates, then maybe they will be able to trade right back. Meanwhile, as that is happening over the corners of Cave, we've got members of Asia Esports, the top team right now of Week 2, who is just having a slight advantage over Sin, just by a total of 3 points, now hoping to take 1 up against the members of Ravenwood, which is pretty much spread out very far apart. And yeah, back towards your point, like anybody with a chicken dinner down there can easily move up, and I think that's what I really love about the end of Week 2. And not only that, when these teams do qualify to the top 16, I believe these points do carry forward to the finals, do they?
Yeah, the bonus points will be carried forward to the finals. So the finals will be based on only the bonus points, but not the league points. So the league points just to collect the bonus points. And also, I think by now, because we only having 8 games per team, in rough theory is that if any team were to get a chicken dinner, they should be able to make through. With the current state, of course, putting aside G-Lab, but if G-Lab can get 1 more chicken dinner, then rough calculation, they will be through as well.
Yeah, and my, so many of all these pixel perfect shots coming in from Skynet now depletes 1 member out of Ravenwood. Meanwhile, retaliation comes off of Baby, but look at how sharp Skynet is! And that's how he does get those medals back for Cambodia. But Astro X is the one that finishes the job.
Yeah, Skynet, with the damage, his teammates finish him off. And now looks like it's going to be Hyena Raven actually leaving only with 2 members. I wonder where the rest of them are. But it's been quite common that Haina River has been picked off like very, very early on. Like 1 or 2 players would have gone out, and that makes their entire round very difficult if they're only left with like 2 players.
Yeah, honestly, I'm not really the biggest fan of dropping into cave in such a spread out manner because there's not really much grounds to protect yourself with. And I guess with Asia being so proactive, and they also understand that, oh, this team likes to drop around and perhaps we can actually challenge them very early on, they manage to do so. They get those early weaponry and immediately charge up ahead, and you just see how well they actually position, even having the Ronnie to actually drive past to reposition themselves in order to really shut down members of Ravenwood. So it's really gonna be a tough one for them to actually claw their way up. Meanwhile, FVMPX getting picked off the moment that they have cut across the bridge. Rami Bro, one of your predictions will have to falter because these two teams are already engaging very early on. Meanwhile, Range have to really heal up, and they'll spots out Raul, so that's one more FV member out.
Yeah, it so happened these 2 teams were in my prediction. So it's down to Juggy as well as Magix, the duo that's going to do it. They came all the way from the left, and they happened to pass by some of the choke points, and naturally you'll pass by the choke points, which they took the, I believe it was one of the Camp Charlie Bridge. Naturally there will be teams waiting for them, and so far we can see the circle moved up, meaning that for the pros they need to continue on their journey. But for FVMPX, it's only Magix left.
Yeah, and there's just so many of all these teams that are coming in from the south side that will eventually go in for an engagement. Maknaji, they're going to meet up with the rest of Army Bro right now by the corners of Quarry, and at the same time, there's also another team very, very close by. Magix, he's got to really hold on to his position. He's the only member left for FV, and so far, no points just yet for FVMPX.
Yeah, and the pros could be on a hunt because they know that there's at least 1 more person left. They took 3 out of FVMPX. And with Magix only having 1 first aid, when the circle arrives, it's going to be a tough journey for him, especially when the circle moves on to stage number 3 and then to 4. If it's not in the circle by then Magix might be eliminated by the zone.
Yeah, it's so difficult because he really has to scavenge for a vehicle somewhere down the road. Meanwhile, up north, over on the corners around the vicinity of Kao, as well as what I do believe to be Tatmut, over onto the north side, TGOA as well as Game Labs, they're absolutely safe, no engagements whatsoever. Meanwhile, Sin, they're passing by members of YG, and thankfully, none of these members did drop out. Oh, I say it too soon. Lanju, final tag, and there we go. It's gonna be Eyes that's been waiting along these compounds, and the rest of GE. They find themselves a couple of points here to pick up. 2 members immediately being sent away to the lobby. As Game Labs, they're crashing the gates, and just like that, the rest of TGOA eliminated.
Wow, the first team to be eliminated, TGOA. And just like that, but the fight, oh my! Beautiful nade landed onto him. Only Kayla now left, 1v2. Can Kayla pull off a clutch? But looks like the answer is no. As Sin will be eliminated with only 1 point, meaning that for them to catch up to Austria Esports is not going to be possible this round.
Yeah, it was quite a huge surprise because that was a outright 4 versus 4, and TGOA did not really even get any form of points, and seemingly enough, not even have dented any of all these players that were going up against them. Meanwhile, it really was a tough stance for the rest of Sin to bow out so early because they were being flushed out by YG into the compounds of GE as well. Meanwhile, fights taking place on top of the hill. Few tanking a little bit of the zone damage. He does have boosters and 10 first aid to work with. I don't think he's got too much to be worried about on the Mets department, but somebody's got to give here. These 2 teams is standing by the blue zone, and one boy, he definitely doesn't want to wait. He's only got 1 first aid, and they are pretty far away, and I believe this to be the corners of the Lakawi sector, which is still very far from where they need to be.
Yeah, Monboy has one first aid, H2R has one first aid, and after Monboy used his first aid, well, that means he has depleted. But at least the circle moved down south, so that's a little bit of a saving grace for them. But that also means that based on the route that they're moving right now, FOD could be the one to gatekeep them.
Yeah, Joseph is in a great spot right now. He could easily catch some of all these stragglers who will wrap around those warehouses right across Ban. And we're looking at Harami Bro watching up ahead against Ravenwood, who's also wandering around these corners of the huts. PBE still tanking it, and Magic's down to a couple of all these bandages to keep himself surviving, saving for the final hurrah with that first aid. But he's not really advancing a hit while he is wrapping himself with those bandages, so that's a little bit of that time loss that he's not going to get back. And within a few seconds, that's where he really has to just run all the way in. Spots 2 members out of PBE. That might just be it.
Oh, that doesn't help Magix as BBE landed just in front of it. They don't know that Magix is there, but Magix, he might not have a choice. But now let's put focus on the Falcon. They'll be up against Magna SG. As Magna SG, both of them actually on the outside the circle. Now the zone is starting to close in, so pressure will be on to them as D2Y picks up his teammate. He has 2 first aids though. He can still tank out a little bit. And they have a vehicle, so they can still make a different kind of rotation away from Magna.
Yeah, MQ1 is in the top end of the kill, and they will be able to take control until they draw too much attention. And this time, it's going to be Dragon that will not one more member down. Meanwhile, while that goes on, there is also Labo have been spotted out by Ravenwood. So I guess that's the problem when you are playing up these hills, where this is going to be quite the prime spot for teams to actually take over. So boy, have to give a little bit more of that space, and will be the final member that will remain for Magna SG. Magna have such an impeccable performance throughout week 2, and we're looking at potentially the first team out of Singapore to make it to the grand finals.
Yeah, it's still potential. It's still potential. We need to calculate the overall scores later on. So as long as they can keep on page number 1, they still give themselves some hope of moving on to the grand finals. But for the pros, the range will be eliminated. Zappa will get onto Mernat and Toki will be taken out. So it looks like Game Lab goes out, but at least they got themselves 5 eliminations. Oh, hang on a second. That's Game Lab getting 5 eliminations. FV is the one currently in trouble, tanking out the blue.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that Magix is still actually surviving versus all the other teams like Asja, TJOA, as well as Sin, who played within the circle but got crushed. Meanwhile, this will further shrink directly into the outskirts of Paradise Resort. So it is pretty much equal footing, but where YG has held from the start of the game remains to be one of the most perfect position. And I do notice this form of trend when you do see the care package drop. Sometimes it does signal you that, hey, the circle's not going to be too far away, and you see 2 care packages in between where YG is at. Just my kind of readings. You don't have to vouch for that. So now, FOD, you see members of the Harami Bros running aside, and they will pick them off.
Ooh, there you go. That's another elimination point given towards FOD. In fact, that's the first. You're done, dude. You're done. But now we can see the rotations coming in from the left side as well. Hyena Raven moving into the circle but being chased down by Easy. Easy gets out of his vehicle, starts to shoot. Hyena Raven not moving, meaning that they're ready to fight.
It's indeed Hyena Ravenwood. They've been putting at least a little bit more of those points on the block every step of the way this time. You know, as much as they were stuck to break over on that single-digit mark, but ever since then, they've been able to at least add more. But going up against FOD, they don't really have the numbers advantage. They will have to pull back and go deeper into the safe areas of play. Now, Game Labs, they arrived to the scene, challenging GE, and it seems like there's only Zai that's going to be holding it all alone though. Gotti spots out Dex, popping his hit over the corner wall. Significant damage being done while Robin takes out the final member of FVMPX, and that will be a little place for them.
No points for FVMPX. for Game Lab. Oh, wait a second. GE eliminated as well. 3 elimination points. Ouch. YG. Oh, decent round for them. Getting 5 elimination points so far. But we'll see Game Lab here crashing onto Falcon. They will land onto Jax.
This is going to be pretty dicey where Kai, he's soaking so much damage from KE up the hill as well. Good riddance is somebody say, but like Game Labs, they're definitely in a dire situation where they will have to protect themselves and only move the signboard as a cover. Falcon, they do stand a chance to actually trade right back. The grenade's not being clipped on towards Seikau just yet. Trying to pull off the revive, and Jax still limping on his foot. D2Y coming up with huge suppression shots, but they all have to journey their way deeper into the circle, and G-Lab is in that perfect position to really zone them all off. So this fight will have to be closed out by the rest of the members of Falcon.
Oh, shot from the other side, and now Game Lab, only 1 player left. It's gonna be 2Pro. Can he show how pro he is in this fight? He has a DBS in hand, he has an M4 in hand, the 2 weapons of choice. Right now, he needs to defend against the oncoming of the other team. Now, 2Pro, can he pull off a clutch here? He's using the smoke as a cover still, tossing out another smoke. He has another 4 more smokes to use. And at least he's within the circle, but it's going to be Falcon that wants blood.
Indeed, they will want a lot more. He's still hiding around these corners though, but the moment he steps up, he will be identified by D2Y, who is already on top of the rock. Desperate plays, but not really yielding all too much, but at the very least, they walk out with 5 points. Falcon have been able to also snatch 5 points of their own. This is going to be the average number that we're seeing from the teams that are still surviving. Meanwhile, we have Easy dropping out of the vehicle with the rest of FOD, trying to challenge YG, but this is not a compound that they can basically fight off the rest of Yangon Galacticos. A perfect solid defense with the duo Robin Boy as well as Mernat Boy to be holding out.
Wow, Yangon Galacticos, with that elimination, they have a good chance of overtaking Sin maybe, and maybe even Austria Esports, but they need to get the chicken dinner. Right now, it's going to be PBE against Hyena Raven. Shots fired by Cool. He gets one onto Harley. There's 1 more left at the bottom. That's going to be Zappo. Zappo tries to climb the high ground into the circle, but this high ground is well covered by PBE.
Very, very precise shots, and PBE, they're still keeping their eyes over on the corners of the zone. Love all these players struggling to make ends meet. Meanwhile, YG, as much as they've enjoyed that solid compound, they will start to leave that vicinity. But although it doesn't really take them too much effort, because they are one of the nearest teams around the zone, the only team that can basically contest them right now is Falcon, and later on, joined by KE. Meanwhile, Enigma having a little bit of a scuffle right there, spots out the top and takes one down.
Oh, here we go. Long range shot. Coming in from Spooky. Spooky goes in. And right now, Few on the other side. But Spooky is in the building. Spooky needs to clear up his opponents before he can move into the circle. The circle did shift away from Paradise Resort. KE will be the guardians of Paradise Resort. They will be stopping the rest of Enigma from coming through.
Yeah, it's so difficult for the rest of Enigma already. And I guess it's not really the wisest of choice for KE because they will risk themselves going in late into the zone where other teams are a little bit more prepared. And that being said, Falcon is going to be pretty close by as well. But speaking of Falcon, seems like they will have Jax being clipped with an explosion. Hopefully he'll be able to be revived right now. Falcon plays as 2 units for now. Meanwhile, KE, Khmer Esports taking their sweet times. They spot out Spooky. 1 more to go for Enigma to hold out. And it's all down to Pass. Dropping that grenade, and there's no way that Enigma can survive. But Pass, he's trying to heal up. Trying to look for those angles. Kaya wants that 1-pointer in. But KE says, it's not worth my time. It's time to sail away and move to the top 5 instead.
Well, you know what they say? You shall not pass. And there you go. Gives himself to the zone, denies the point.
I just love how that came in such a perfect time, and I should have seen that one coming as well. Meanwhile, Falcon have been constantly being tagged up by all these flurry of bullets being shot by the rest of Yangon Galacticos. Thankfully, with enough smokes, they will be able to keep themselves safe for now. And while that is happening, PBE still holding up a front, coming in from the western end, challenging the rest of KE. And this should be a pretty even odds for these two teams. KE, they decide to eventually rally up the whole party, and there's also a few from the back. Raimon spots out few, and there goes Harami Bros. Still a top 5 finish nonetheless. KE now advances ahead, and they are spotting out the final member of Falcon, moving and clinching the top 3 spot.
Well, on the other side, they got PBE to deal with. PBE is currently in the circle, but look at this. Young Galacticos 10 elimination points. Young Galacticos will be happy to get a knockdown to top 5, but not able to secure the elimination point just yet. The circle will continue to move on as Kaya gets knocked down by Andrew. Now it's going to be Boyshot picking them up. He should still have enough time, or maybe not, because the zone will close now.
Yeah, and there's really not much that can be done where Loki is cooking up a grenade, so they have to be quick. They need to make a move, and even despite that, PBE, they're just waiting on the edges. Great split position coming in from YG. Andrew's going to be securing the entirety of KE. Now all that's left to do is to focus on PBE, but PBE, they have waited for this very moment. 4 versus 3. Although with one member disadvantage, H2R plays here in week 2, and he has a lot to show up with. A trade goes on. YG still has all 4.
Oh, PBE now having the high ground advantage, but then again, YG, they're not going to stop. They're going to move forward. YG, they have a full squad. They are being resetted. And now PBE playing as a trio. Can they actually pull off a win here against YG? YG looking good so far. Loki has a nade in hand. Mobo gets naded down by Loki. That's the nade that they wanted.
And that's 2 members now. It's only down to Ryman. 4 versus 1. Pretty hard to do, but can he do it? Cooking up the grenade, he might actually toss a perfect one against all of them, and it will basically chip them, but refills himself off. Loki finishes off 3, secure that chicken dinner. 4th, Yangon Galacticos.
Yangon Galacticos opening up their account today with a chicken dinner. And I think they got more than 10 elimination points. So there is a possibility that Yangon Galacticos will overtake the number 1 and number 2 team. But we'll need to tabulate the scores as we celebrate Yangon Galacticos.
What an explosive way to kickstart off our Saturday run. And this is a team that have continued to prevail seasons after seasons to show that they are a team of caliber to contest with the rest of the world. And you know what? We usually pre-predict all these matches. Kind of wish that I put YG on the first match because I predicted them for the second game. But man, when they are doing so well, you just got to give a standing ovation. And Andrew, he did end up as the MVP, though Cute Loki almost actually overtakes some of all these numbers. But Andrew, of the early span around, we see how he's been able to also eliminate huge targets like Genesis Esports.
Yeah, I mean, with 4 elimination points, 752 damage, the MVP for this round. But if you gotta think about it, Yangon Galacticos didn't really need to move that much. The lowest travel distance of the top 4, and they still got the chicken dinner. In fact, they had a good compound, especially with the circle as well. And as the circle encloses, they still got the circle. So all they needed to do was just wait for a team to come towards them, secure those elimination points, and tap out the chicken dinner.
Yeah, that's a takeaway if you guys don't know what Tapao is, but there's a lot more chickens to take away from 4 more matches to go. But of course, we're going to recap some of these action that we had back in Stand-Up. You guys, link to you guys may have missed. And I think in the early spend round, we saw how far this circle has actually shifted back into towards the northeastern side, where majority of teams were actually playing down south. And that's the reason why we see a lot of names fall off from the chart very early back in stage 1 as well as stage 2. But as the game progressed, the rest of KE, they've been able to really shut down a lot of all these teams, but have drawn so much heat coming out of YG as well as PBE.
Wow, look at this YG. 60 elimination points, bringing out a total of 26 points in this round. More than double the second place winners, that is PBE with only 11 points, and the pros got themselves 10 points. While we have the guys of Asia not getting a single point at all. But I think one of the biggest surprises is Sin with only 1 point, and FOD, who's supposed to be the top performer inside of Sanhok, with only 2 points.
Yeah, and then also to recap of what really happened yesterday as well, you see this steady climb coming from Yangon Galacticos, where the best performance was second place yesterday back in Myanmar, and now with this chicken dinner, they come up pretty close to Asia as well as Sin, but still a few more points shy to overtake them. But that actually knocks HWG on towards a lower position, which I do believe they were not playing in this particular match.
And for the first time in a long time, PBE moves out to page number 1. The only team without the chicken dinner in page number 1. But on page number 2, G-Lab, they gotta be careful because they're only 5 points shy away from FV. And FV with one good round could obviously overtake them. The only team with a chicken dinner on page number 2. Whereas for Ravenwood, also another team that is in dire need of points. So there's a lot of work for them to do.
Yeah, and it's also great to see that Falcon have definitely stepped up this game with a lot of frags of their own. Same goes with Harami Bro that have survived into a top 5 position. But it's still unclear, and we will expect a lot more shifts to happen into both the first as well as the second page later on. But we're already preparing ourselves for Angle, and these are your top performers.
Yeah, we got familiar names up here. It's still going to be GE, Yangon Galacticos, we got Sin, we got West Point Mamba. And for GE, they are the top survivors inside the Erangel map so far. But the top eliminator is going to be Yangon Galacticos with 86 elimination points. And they did show inside of the Sanhok match that they have a high potential of collecting those elimination points, and with this kind of stat, looking good so far. But we did see what happened to Sin in the previous round, only 1 point. So sometimes the stats, well, it's very round dependent, but then again, we cannot discount the fact that Sin is up there for a reason.
Yeah, and you know how we always talk about Cambodian teams to be masters of Sanhok? When we go into Erangel, we do see a lot of all these Cambodian teams really thriving very well, and they definitely have great firepower from long range to mid range as well, which definitely helps a lot when it comes down to our OG map in particular. This time, we will not have Group C in action, so that being said, Yangon Galacticos, after taking that chicken dinner, they will go on the break together with Enigma as well as FD and PX.
Yeah, I'm sure they wish they would have continued playing, because normally if you get a chicken dinner, you have a really good round, you want to continue on playing because you're bringing the momentum, you bring the motivation on. But this break came at the wrong timing for Yangon Galacticos. But anyway, it is what it is at the end of the day. And if you got a chicken dinner, well, you can't complain.
Yeah, it's never a wrong timing to celebrate a chicken dinner, as a matter of fact. So it's great for them. I guess they've earned it, which is why they get themselves some really good rest. Meanwhile, when they do come back for Erangel later on, that's where they don't really have to compete with teams like Genesis, Game Lab, PBE, or even Hyena Ravenwood later on. So definitely it's going to be looking pretty interesting of how this will still end up. And also keep in mind, Asia Esports will still be in the running when we do move into this particular map inside of Erangel. So there is a chance that Asia as well as Sin can still maintain a good track record to increase a form of gap between those teams that are not going to be participating. But mostly, it's really about Yangon Galacticos not being available in this map.
But we almost have the same prediction. Honestly, when I made my prediction, I didn't refer to yours. So it just so happened that we have West Point Mamba and KE in there, so we are same. But we have a slight difference with Sin. I'm taking Sin and you're taking GE. Okay, tell me about your predictions.
Okay, I'm going to talk about the difference right here. I guess like we can agree on certain things from both KE as well as WPM on how well they've been playing throughout the past 2 weeks. GE, sure, this week looks pretty rough, and just looking back into that match in South Sanok, they had that early run in that didn't really help them at all from their progress, which is why they lose a few members and then later on being stomped over by Game Labs. This time, Yangon Galacticos is not there to gatekeep them, is not there to challenge them, because these two teams have always had the same form of ideology on how they really play the mid game as well as the early game. So I foresee a smoother route for Genesis Esports this time around.
Yeah, but for all you know, after this round, it could be another team taking over them. I guess they're kind of glad that Yangon Galacticos took a break. At least they would still have that number 1, number 2 spot for them. But we can't see the same after they come back from the break. They could be caught up. But but for the rest of them, KE did show a really good round earlier on. In fact, they got a 3rd spot with a decent amount of eliminations. I'm sure they would have wanted more, but just so happened that they got majority of the circle inside of Sandhawk, so they needed to wait for teams to come towards them, and it just so happened that it was only Enigma coming towards them, and by the time Enigma came to them, I think it was only 2 players left, and even so, they only got 1 elimination because Paz denied himself to the zone, so KE will be looking to get more in the next round.
Yeah, I do look forward to teams like Sin as well as WPN, because these are basically the hardest hitters of Week 2. So maybe we may not have seen so much back in Sanok coming from these 2 names in particular, especially Sin. To my surprise, they went out very early at 15, and that's also being caught out into the midst of rotation. I'm very sure that they are happier playing inside of Arangel, where they're most comfortable at.
Yeah, well, and I guess for West Point Mamba, Federales is really stepping it up for them again this season. The MVP for last season, and right now, as of yesterday, he was at the 2nd spot for the to be the running for the MVP again this season. But if I kind of remember right, last season's league gap for West Point Mamba is huge. So they have a really big gap, and even when West Point Mamba didn't really perform inside of the grand finals, but we still got Federales getting the top MVP. And if he gets again another MVP this season, well, I'll be worried for West Point Mamba because it's going to be hard to keep him.
Well, I'm not too sure whether he, sometimes legends are only legends if they do stay as well, and perhaps Federales is going to be the mainstay, whether if he's got tons and tons of offers going on, but we love seeing him around, and who knows, even if he does get great opportunities out there, we'll see what will be in store for him, because definitely Federales have such a huge future ahead, and that could basically be West Point Mamba's road to success, having him together alongside this ride. So West Point Mamba has been a name that I've been looking up to from, of course, the Filipino PUBG mobile scene, where from the get-go, of course, there were many other names back in this PMCO days, and of course, ever since PMPL was introduced, I see their jerseys, they look slick, and I want to get my hands on one, and I believe that they do have very proper structures of how things work from the back end as well, which is what also leads to the success of the team.
Yeah, what I was told about West Point Mamba as well, they are a very community team inside the Filipino scene, and they rise up through the ranks, and obviously they are here now in the PMPL from the community basically. So this is a community to community sort of team, and it's nice to see those kind of stories, like those kind of rise from the bottom sort of stories, and now they're playing inside of PMPL. But the next challenge to move on to PMSL is definitely going to be tough, because they got other teams as well doing really well, and there will only be 1 slot from the wildcard that moves on to PMSL, except for if you're a partner team, just like PBE. If you're a partner team, you like PBE, then yeah, sure, definitely see you in the PMSL. But speaking about the roadmap for PUBG Mobile this season, so PMGC has also been announced. It could be happening later this year. We don't have an exact date yet, but what has been officially announced is that the route to PMGC is a combination of the entire PMPL wildcard points plus the PMSL points, and the wildcard will have one slot onto PMGC. So assuming that let's see here. So the rough calculation is that assuming that GE doesn't go through, we get another team that goes through, then the slot very, very highly will be given to PBE, unless PBE becomes the top 6 inside of PMSL. Then the slot might go down to the next top performing PMPL wildcard team.
Yeah, there's so many interesting ways that how the results will actually churn out by the end of the run. So it is of utmost importance for things to be a lot more clearer in terms of how things look like. Maybe through the mid-run of tomorrow, because that's our final day of our top 6 to secure our top 16. But on the grand finals, assumingly, if the majority of the teams that performed back in week 1 to be having the same sort of momentum and the same sort of results, then I'm just looking at GE to really have a solid foothold into this current position that they're holding at. Although week 2 may not be their best performance just yet, but GE definitely is one of the most improved team throughout the course of one season. And now, for most improved team of week 2, you just see not only Sin have been able to do so much, but Magna have understood how important it is to have the Singaporean flag to be at the grand finals. You see them moving up to the first page, despite them not being on the top 5 just yet. But you can see that they are maintaining their pace.
I think the most improved team, in my opinion, is... Let's see here. Here we go again. It's the most improved team this week at least. Now they have obviously gotten more than 100 points, and last week they only got 9 bonus points. So we can see that this is a team that has a significant improvement. So yeah, looking good so far for them, in fact. And looks like we will jump straight into the flight. Let's go on to Erangel.
And here we go into our first match of Erangel, where every single day we will play 2 matches and with different teams, of course, as this flight path begins from the north point of Stalber, moving towards Nova Rupnoi. And majority of all these circles that I've been seeing nowadays have been pretty much erratic round to round, but I still can't get over the other day where we managed to actually get the Slanovska military base type of circles. Did you manage to get some from yesterday, Sir Cloud?
Let me think. No, I didn't get a dose of my military base circle yet. So I'll be looking forward to this. We got 2 Erangels to go through. And come on, give me a military base circle. I need my dose.
Yeah, well, I guess we'll have to see if that's the case. Austria as well as West Point Mamba, they will definitely enjoy being inside the island. Meanwhile, most other teams are in the main peninsula. Up north, we have Harami Bro, Magna SG as well as HWG to be very close to each other, and this time CFO comes back into the game. So a lot of all these points for these teams to catch up. Meanwhile, we take a look at Magna. Who do you think is the best performing player of Magna so far?
Let's see here. For Magna, well, just to point out before that, they seem to have a swap here. So Boy is playing and Toki is playing. So I think, yeah, so they're a new addition this time. I think the best performing, let's see here. One that comes to mind, I guess, is maybe Yura. But of course, he got eliminated first before this. So I mean, it's comes out hard to tell because they, frankly speaking, for me, Magda only got that one really good round, and then the rest of them is like just bits and pieces here and there.
Yeah, in terms of survivability, I would say Toki. But I do see a lot of Yura as well as Boy to be popping on the radar as well. So Magna Esports, kudos to them. They've been able to really play for positioning throughout the course of the week. And I've been finding that chicken dinner. And though it's not as frequent as they would like it to be, I think they've always remained a healthy amount of threshold at the very least. HWG, they start off on the right note, take down 2 members out of CFU, whereas you still have Zen waiting by the corner of the tree, but I don't think these players do have any form of idea where he's currently at. So Zen, he will be safe only for the slightest of moment.
But it's too bad for CFU. The moment they started, they already lost 2 players, and this is their debut game for today. Not the start that anyone would have wanted though. So they just have to live with that, I guess. Zen, as what you mentioned, left behind, not spotted out by an opponent, so it's lucky for him. But good for HWG, they managed to get the first 2 points, and it does look like they are in pursuit for the #1 spot, being a team that only got 9 points last week.
Yeah, it's definitely a huge step up at the very least, where any form of points that you can get throughout these remaining rounds will be of utmost importance, right? Especially now, the pressure to get a chicken dinner is even more valuable if they can basically land one. So let's see if there is going to be any form of those hope. And at the same time, Falcon, this team so far has got me intrigued, right? Like, they have firepower, and I couldn't really identify what exactly is the weakness of the team that sees them be quite inconsistent on their run. Because last game, they did pretty much extremely well hitting into the final bouts of Sanhok. But some of all these games in those bigger maps, I do tend to see this team struggle, sometimes crashing out without points, sometimes getting double-digit frags, and then not getting ranking points as well. So definitely something to study about.
Yeah, I guess from my observation is that Falcon needs to win more fights, needs to be able to do that. And I'm saying that in general, right? Because it seems like whenever they get sieged down, they don't really hold their ground as much. So it's something for them to really relook at. But for Falcon, their performance last week is that they managed to get themselves, let's see here, Falcon, actually only 6 points. So not to say that they are on the clear just yet. They still could be pushed down if they don't perform. Or they will be just at the edge of just passing through.
Yeah, especially now with also TGOA marching up closely. That's about, what, 8 points of a difference right now? So we'll keep in check for until the end of the day for these 2 teams. But I think it's going to be a tight race overall, right? Because PBE, Harami Bros, last week, they're in very similar positions as well. So long as they maintain it, then things will be good for them. Meanwhile, for now, just looking at the difference that it makes for Sin as well as HWG that has seen such a huge, significant improvement, which teams will be heavily affected by that, actually?
You know, sometimes it's really hard to tell because you got like 16 teams in a round, and
Yeah.
and not only that, it's also because the groupings change and the groupings change from last week to this week. So there's a lot of this like a ripple effect. Like one team changed, the other team changes as well. So we can't really say that, oh, this team is like the kryptonite for the other team. I don't see that pattern yet so far, at least for the wildcard. Yeah, we do see some clashes, but it's not really consistent enough for us to really pinpoint. But what we can pinpoint is that Chi, Knockdown, and West Point Mamba, the team that both of us choose, might be playing the rest of the round with a handicap.
Yeah, this is kind of concerning for them. And meanwhile, Michi being so far off, I don't think that West Point Mamba will be able to actually save him for now. He's going to be slowly bleeding out. And we'll have to let go. That's the problem about exiting the island, where if you're going to move too early, you might get caught off. If you move too late, then you have to deal with the play zone and not really have much intel to lead the way. And West Point Mamba this time choose to leave stage 1 right before the blue zone depletes, and Game Labs have been waiting along these farmhouses. And Few, he's having a solo run against the rest of Magna Esports and Labo, along with Toki. Just mix a quick round of him.
Pretty straightforward elimination there. I mean, we got 4 from Magna in the same compound, so 4v1, 1 compound, yeah. But his teammates are just probably too far away for them to arrive and give back up to him. But now, let's check out the circle. Military base? Nah, looks like it's definitely not going to be that. I believe it's going to go on to the main peninsula later on.
Yeah, it looks very likely to be farm, and GE is in a really poised position. As they're going to be accompanied by Ravenwood as well as TGOA. That's not too far off. GE decides to take over control of the main farm area instead of holding on towards the top end of the hill. That gives them a lot more cover to last for much longer, just in case if there's more teams that rotate across the corners. Meanwhile, all the way up north, the Snipe Pollyanna, these two teams are taking their sweet time. Harami Bro, after losing their captain Few, they are just waiting until things look a lot clearer. But Dale, he's got no first aids though. Range might have to lend one out. Sin, despite them being late to the party, they're the ones drawing a lot of pressure against Harami Bro. Dale just hoping to eventually find a catch with this DBS later on.
Well, at the same time, the pressure of the blue is onto them. And looking over at some of the players, some of them no first aid, some of them only 1 first aid. So I don't know how long they can actually withstand the blue here. Orange only has 1 first aid. So he probably got a couple of bandages, but if the circle shifts, moves away, that's not going to help him. Dale still waiting for his to use his DBS in this house. I believe they are on the ground floor. Orange is still on the other side, so he would still be okay. But now the DBS gameplay comes in, gets 2 knocked down. But Dale, he's super duper low. He doesn't have first aids. Oh no, that's the worst case scenario for him.
Oh, he's only holding on to bandages, but he will try to push them all across these corners. And time is ticking. Kaler did manage to remove the pest that has been able to deplete the rest of Sin. But now, only Range survives. 2 versus 1.
Oh!
Connects! The grenade is not going to be enough, but this will actually hold the rest of Sin back. Harami Bro exits the map, but really puts pressure upon Sin.
Oh, well, at the end of the day, if you fight in the blue, you're not only pressured by the other team, you're also pressured by the blue, so it's double pressure for them. But speaking about pressure, Labu will be taken out by Mewtwo, so that means that Magna SG will lose 1 player, the rest of them are on the other side. They should be okay for now, but if only HWG has information, they could go in for the hunt.
Yeah, Mewtwo doing such an excellent job right now. 3 takedowns so early into stage 2. Look at the clump of teams that's just hugging by the streets of farm, and they will really have to clutter into these areas. Meanwhile, I think that KE is going to draw a lot of attention being on the direct center. Anchor PUBG joins into a very safe route, just moving past Pachinki, and they do have a compound to eventually work with. But Anchor PUBG, they spot out that crate. Maybe they want to get it for now. It's hugging by the corner of the coast. Oh boy, majority of these teams will find a huge struggle to even get anywhere to be hugging out for safety.
Oh, okay. West One Mamba circling around Game Lab. And they should be okay by now. But can't say the same for Cool maybe. In case GameLab pulls the trigger. But Chen Long will be their target. They try to get on to Cool right now. Cool is actually sieging down West Point Mamba's building. But GameLab had to bite it from afar.
Oh, the fights break loose. It's a four-way battle with GameLabs tagging him from such a distance, like you said. Meanwhile, he's just going to remove some tires. Falcon as well as PBE. They are the ones that's heavily committed into this fight. One boy's going to be able to heal up, while Falcon, they're just going to be noisy neighbors for the time being until they have to find ways to push. But there's no sense of urgency right now. They could basically respect each other's territory. That also allows H2R a little bit more space to reset himself and focus back onto what's at stake here. From afar on the patrol station, we're looking at KE as well, if I'm not mistaken. They're the ones firing shots upon members of the side of Falcon, and Astro X have found Kaya.
Okay, here we might expect another fight. Osha Esports passing by. But because of the warning shots onto Camper, they're like, nope, not going to be worth it for now. And plus, they're both in the circle, so it's going to be okay. But can't say the same for Easy, as he will be knocked down. Wonder if it's from afar or what. But Easy eliminated by FV from Sin. And it looks like to be a vehicle explosion that took him out.
Yeah, and not too surprised when you move into this area flocked with at least 6 to 7 teams right now that are already camping into the direct center. So driving past anywhere is not going to be safe. Ravenwood, I like how they've been playing so far. They are holding one of the best possible compounds in order to keep control of the situation. Astro still gets those damage done against the rest of KE, and this is the reason why I mentioned that KE being in the direct center out of nowhere is not really the best place to be. Lanju, he's driving further outskirts, but that's the only safe area that they do have for now, and who knows, it will still have a certain chance where the team will still be in the circle, and yes, it will be, where they will just have to let go of Kaler in the middle of FOD as well as Falcon.
Oh, look at the amount of teams on the right side. We got Hyena River, GameLab, Austria. We got TGOA. All of them might move on the same direction. And at the same time, there are still teams actually gatekeeping the circle on the right. But now putting focus onto Astro X, and they will be tossed up right here by the GameLab. And then laid on the 2 Pro. Knocks him down immediately. The second nade will be sent up to the 3rd floor, but nobody's there.
And here comes the push coming from Camper X as he's clearing out the compounds. He's still looking for GameLab members, even right across. That's how sharp Astro X have been. Also, Esports, so far, with all their effort, they've only managed to secure that first pointer out there. Meanwhile, Ravenwood tries to clip off Skynet on the run. Now that the rest of us has heard it, it seems like Skynet, he's not even deterred. He will remove Kai. I believe that's going to be GameLabs there, losing majority of these members out there, leaving only one more behind. Skynet continues on with this pursuit, though, and he knows this is far from being done. 2 members still left. Scry on the ground. Charges in. Astro still doing damage upon Dragon. 1 more member left. And it's down to Camper to remove it. And thankfully he does.
Wow, that spray coming from Camper. Just at the right timing. And now GameLab, they are eliminated. But now TGOA at the northern side, fighting their way through against Magna SG, who shares the same area together with them. As Toki will be taken out. Baby will be taken out as well. Wak Jong. And now Magna SG only left with 2 players left on the other side.
More Chili keeping watch upon the rest of Magna. This is going to be a tough compound to contest with even the HWG right across the corner, where they're taking down members upon members of GE. They have just arrived to see, but West Carry, he gets blown to smithereens. Yahiko ever ready to take him on. Master Ichi bringing that Thompson into fight. He's going to meet up against B2. He's currently on form. And he's still got 2 more frag grenades. Sees Yahiko running around. Don't really find the angles just yet. That will still chip some damage out of Yahiko. Ichi, he's got about time to actually rescue Zai for the moment. So it will still be a little bit of a reset there where they can still deal with HWG later on.
When is the nade going to land? I'm sure he's wishing for it to land so that he can push in. But now Zai will be picked up by his teammates. They will be resetting on the other side. Mewtwo will be the one who will be trying to stop Zai and Master Ichi from coming in. But both of them know that he's on the second floor. Okay, nade will be cooked up by either side. Mewtwo does let the nade onto Zai. Beautifully done. But Ichi, is he going to go in for the rush or is he going to go in for the pickup? Right now, Smile is still locked in with another opponent on the other side. But at the same time, St. Cloud will take down Cool through a nade. Beautifully done on the other side. Ichi will focus on to resetting his teammate Zai.
It's a 2 versus 2 right now. And they're being compromised right now. One shot is all it takes to not get Hiko down. Meanwhile, Zai will have ample time to heal up right now. More and more of these fights happening even on the eastern corner, and this is just an absolute mess across the fields of Erangel right now.
Oh, we can see the movement here from the right as well. Falcon is kind of busy, but GE, they're not done yet with this fight. Zai will be knocked down. They need to take out the guy on the rooftop. Smile is still on the ground floor though. They know that there's only him, but they're not making that push just yet. I guess it's because they're not really desperate for the push since they're in the circle. But they can't let Mewtwo go. Mewtwo, 1v2. Can he pull off an insane clutch here? He's buying time by popping up smokes as well as the molly, ensuring that they don't come up that easily.
But they're already being zoned off as well. So GE, they just have to continue playing the waiting game for the time being. They're really drawing a lot of attention, though. There is another team over onto the north sector that will eventually have numbers to overwhelm, so they really have to settle this quick. Mewtwo, so far the best player out of HWG that we are seeing. They will eventually land a nade right under his feet, and it's going to be Smile that will find the last member of HWG. But dire effort, we see HWG secure 6 points.
Wow, HWG still managed to get away with 6 points. Not too bad, not too bad, not too bad. But look at the high. Oh, wait. Edward went all the way up to get that. Wow, how did he defend his area? I mean, that's a small place to play.
Yeah, and I'm surprised that he actually secures those numbers against Ravenwood, where he's the one pushing from down below on the electric towers. And Aggro PUBG, better late than never, they finally got themselves that first point. And I think they've been playing the safest up against all the other teams out there. They've been hugging on the far western plains, and now find themselves with the rest of KE. KE, they fell back, and now they're just hugging by the corners of the containers. So I think it will still give them a little bit more of that protection, especially with those grenades. APG very widespread apart though. Meanwhile, KE, they kind of want to take a little bit of bite out of everyone, but focusing back on towards Austria Esports.
Here we go, long range caps from Davan onto Austria Esports. Austria Esports, they're actually on the other side, so they're not going to be a threat towards KE. But I guess it's just more of KE trying to secure as many elimination points as possible. And they're in a position that they don't really need to worry about their back. But for Austria Esports, one of them needs to worry about the zone that's going to close.
True enough, Austria Esports, they're just hugging by the very corner of it. Maybe if the buggy could still run, they could still utilize it later on. Skynet suspect that there's something out there, especially with that buggy being parked by the corner of the hut. But he will claim one buggy from the outskirts, and he will be the one that leads the pack and see where not if there's going to be any form of a safety net for Austria to drive by.
So we can see why Skyden tosses a nade onto that shack. It's because he wants to go there, so he wants to make sure that nobody's waiting in that shack. And it was a good, smart move there by Skyden. And now Evie will be knocked out by Edward. And looks like Evie eliminated. Same goes for Holy Laju. Sent down to the last two, and now the circle shifts towards the northern side. The teams on the southern side, by the coastline, needs to move up.
This is really tough terrain to play from. Like, there's a lot of grass and creases to hide out into the plain fields. Meanwhile, a couple of compounds that is currently being occupied by both GE as well as the guy of Asia. The other teams that are still taking their sweet time here may find it to be a huge difficulty to advance ahead. But John Cole from the rest of Five of Danger they will have some spacing down south until they meet up with some of the players of Asia Esports.
Oh, speaking about Asia Esports, Falcon will be next to them. Shots fired by Camper will not connect. And for Falcon, they know that someone's there. But for KE, they got APG on their side. Pretty much they need to clear off APG before they can move into the circle.
Yeah, and that will actually take quite a while because Anchor PUBG still has 4 players intact. GE, though, only 2, as they fought the longest inside of farm. They're really not going to let go of their position. And it's going to be Camper that will actually land some tags upon members of Falcon. Camper X is trying to bait some shots while this drive is not actually working out for the rest of KE. Only Devon left to tell the tale. And he doesn't really have a clear idea of where's safe and where's not.
Not the drive-through that they would have wanted. Doesn't fill them up at all. And now Chenlong will get one onto Camper X. Scry still on the outside of the circle. Needs to come in. He has Skyn in at the front just by the edge of the circle. That's a marker so he can follow his tracks. But he got the guys of Asia right in front of them. And the guys of Asia know that Asia Esports just below them. And the fact that they are just by the edge of the circle, there's a possibility that the circle might move away from them. So they still need to pre-plan their move. But before they can do that, they need to take each other out.
Will definitely take some time before this top 5 concludes. 6 points already in for the guys of Asia. Still having such a good stronghold into this current area of play. But Anchor PUBG, they lose one on the outskirts. None of these players will even think about moving outskirts to save their teammates. So that is going to be one player being left high and dry. Meanwhile, MH as well, BW, they spot out Skyden. And just look at that. These guys are just on a rampage. TGOA takes them out.
Already 8 elimination points for the guys of Asia. Could this be their moment? They still have a full squad as compared to the other teams. And we're now down to the top 4. But their teams right in front of them are no pushover teams. We got GE, we got APG, we got FOD. So 5 of danger. So TGOA, despite them having a full squad, they're still up for a challenge.
FOD, they're hugging by the corners of the tree, though. Not really the best position, but it will make do. They're waiting for stage 7 to appear, but it is in the middle of the whole area, and thankfully, they will be able to just crawl right in, as TGOA, they didn't really secure too much of all these area after taking those fights on the outskirts, but they might actually have one member with bird's eye view across the region of farm as they have climbed towards the electric tower. GE, you gotta play it slow. Know that the other teams are out there, and the closest one being Anchor PUBG.
Here we go. The circle will close anytime soon, about 10 more seconds. TGOA is still on the outside of it. But they have Compound for Compound to hop onto. But their next challenge will be taking on APG. APG is just right in front of them. And they're circling around APG. Now APG kind of sandwich. But after they take out APG, they need to cross that little small road onto GE.
4 members to be charging right out there. They just have to keep in mind of all these defilies that are being thrown out. Anchor PUBG, they stand a good chance, despite them really losing out a few of them while moving into this compound. But they understand how to just guard it, especially with all these smokes being popped up. 60% of health left for the side of Shroud, and Master Spell spots Nang as it's a fight breaking loose between GE as well as FOD.
Here we go, the circle around. They want to clear out this house. Molly will be tossed onto the second floor. Edward on the ground floor, but Amura Chili nailed down himself. What just happened to Amura Chili? This is an opening for APG to come down, and Shaw will be happy to take that point away. TGOA, they come into the compound, but Edward's kind of low. Edward will manage to molly off Marcus. And now APG is still eliminated by TGOA, but unfortunately they lost Amura in the process.
10 frags already, and right now, even if you lose that one member, you're still up ahead against all the other teams out there with only 2 more on GE as well as FOD. And Master Smile, he makes himself notice, and he's putting his name so much onto the kill feat where he's already secured 6 total defeats right now.
Oh, just by himself, 6. That's the majority of elimination points for his team. Now GE with 9. GE still has the circle together with the compound, but can't say the same for 5 of danger. In fact, it's only 1 of danger now because he's all alone on the other side. But focus is going to be between GE as well as the guys of Asia. Guys of Asia 3 versus 2 from GE. Now MayW together with the DBS at the forefront. Is going to be behind. MayW tosses a nail onto the second floor, but nobody is there. Everyone's on the ground floor.
TGOA, they're playing this very, very carefully. They know their opponents are tough ones to crack. And just look at how many more crack grenades do they still have in this final few hurdles. As the exchange goes on, one member being knocked out from the side of GE, and that is the cue to call for them to push, shove, and take out Master Ichi. The bane of majority of all these players out there early on. But I believe Small should be there to be able to go in for a pickup, but MH, he's quietly climbs through. Do they even know about this?
Oh, he's going. Ichi is not up yet. Ichi will be eliminated by They know there's only 1 more left. That's going to be Smile. But the nade! Wait a second, then when you nade your own teammate, what just happened there? This could be an opportunity for Smile. Smile's coming in with the DBS. Jump shot onto Edward. 1 more to go. Could this be the comeback for GE? But because of that nade blunder, this opens up the opportunity for Smile. And now Smile, he knows he has a DBS, and we know how devastating a DBS can be in this kind of combat.
And just like that, they flundered it. TGOA, that was not supposed to happen. They overstayed their welcome. They overstepped their boundaries. And now down to it's a 1 versus 1 versus 1. And somehow FOD is still lurking around. Johnny's just gonna have to wait for what's gonna happen later on. But Master Smile, he may have actually missed a mark with the other player cutting across the corner. John, he knows that they're inside the building, and he's just gonna third party his way to the chicken dinner.
Oh, could he be the one to do it? We'll keep an eye on that. And they don't know that he's there. They're so focused onto each other. I'm now with a UMP together with an M4 going up against the DBS. Now Smile resetting himself. Only time will tell right now who will get the chicken dinner, as they still don't know that John is behind them.
And TGOA, they understand where their current position is going to be the direct center. That's why MH is currently booking it. And he's keeping close watch onto GE. But no clue whatsoever for either of these parties to actually identify Nang all the way from the back.
Oh, that blunder from TGOA is still stuck in my head right now. For he better pull off a chicken dinner. If not, that blunder will stick with them for the longest time as John tosses a nade onto the ground floor. Will move away. Second nade will be cooked up by John. Will with the next target. Will that nade land onto moves away, luckily for as John has his final nade. He's going to aim it onto is still at the right direction, but the nade will be tossed onto the outer side, and is still alright.
And John saw Master Smell. And even MH, he's drawing the attention away from John. Master Smile, he's really having a lot of attention towards
John!
Eliminated, and it's now John. He spots Master Smile, shooting him inside of the smoke, but can he do it? John! He's close! And John tries to actually go for a reload, and Master Smile, he won't get it in return. GE clutches this match.
What a finale that was! It could have been John. At some point, it could have been the guys of Asia. But finally, it's going to be Genesis Esports securing the chicken dinner. Now, if only the guys of Asia did not do that blunder. If the blunder didn't happen, if they did not make their own teammates, it could be a totally different result.
It could have been their chicken dinner with 3 members to fight out singularities, right? And Master Smile, this time, even outshines Master Ichi in this match. The guys of Asian, we had Mewtwo securing so many frags. It didn't matter at the end of it all. MH needed to pull off that final hurrah. John, from the outskirts, he looked like he was winning. He had all the intel, but Smile, he was much sharper than that. Look at that go. 9 eliminations in this match only for Smile.
Man, and if you kind of think about it, right? Now that the guys of Asia, they got a 3rd place finish, it's also because of John. Oh man, it could have been a chicken dinner, but they fall towards a 3rd place. John, it could have been a 2nd place if not because of John, and because John stepped in, it became a 2nd place. It became a 3rd place. My oh my, that was a heartbreaking moment for the guys of Asia. They'll be kicking themselves in the bucket because of that. I'm sure they can't wait for the break now. They really need to reset this.
An exhilarating round for all of us to witness. Cloud, I love what happened. Like, it's not your typical wait until the stage 9 closes in. It's all out warfare across farm. How many battles do we have from the get-go that we see players going out? Feel one of the early casualties out there. And GE, remember this? They were playing with 2 members ever since maybe the 16-minute mark.
Yeah, okay, yeah, now that you mention it, that's correct. So for them to still pull off this chicken dinner, I mean, this is insane. But you gotta give it to Smile as well. I mean, he was very disciplined, he held on to his ground very well, and that final fight as well, it could have gone either way. I would say that it was kind of 50-50 between him and John, and my oh my, this highlight would have been nightmare for the guys of Asia.
Oh, it definitely would haunt them for a little bit more. But despite all that, like, it could have actually been a switch around. You take a look at the guys of Asia. They got 11 total eliminations, meaning to say if they get one more and get the chicken dinner, it's a swap of sides, right? And then you got FOD that have done so well as well. Oh, it's just a matter of inches that will actually land these teams of chicken dinner this round.
Ah, my oh my, I mean, that is... I'm lost for words from that round. Oh my goodness. And it could have been the first is it the first? No, it's not the first. Oh, it is the first chicken dinner for the guys of Asia. I mean, we can go on and on with that, right? I mean, that blunder was just huge. But anyway, imagine if they got that right. They would have been above FOD in the overall charts.
Yeah. But with such a great performance, they're only 1 point shy of it, so they can try again later on. Meanwhile, Falcon, they continue to have a steady climb of those added points. That also pushes PBE, Magna, as well as Harami Bro a spot down for now. Still remaining to be competitive for those that are around the 60-point mark. Meanwhile, nothing changes from 15 all the way to 19.
Yeah, but Magna now moves on to page number 2, and if they continue to drop, they could be in the elimination zone. So just a reminder as well for Magna, bonus points that they got last week is only 4 points, so it will be a dangerous situation if they continue to go down.
Yeah, that's where they really have to assess what do they really have to do in these upcoming maps, because from what we have seen early on, they probably have already played 2 games. I mean, there's only another 2 more to go for the rest of Myanmar Esports. So every point really does matter, especially when you have the rest of the competition being so heavily contesting a lot of all these other teams that it is stiff as it gets. So for those that are on the top 5, I don't think there's too much to concern. They'll be remaining pretty all right for now, unless if you drop, all the rest of the matches of the day.
Yeah, but we'll find out if the drop will continue or can Magna rise up after this break, ladies and gentlemen. So see you guys after this.
Welcome back once again to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Southeast Asia Wildcard 2023 Fall Split, and we're looking for our top 16 teams to be advancing to the grand finals. And Sir Cloud, that epic ending was a one-way fight between these three teams, FOD, GE, and what we saw, the guys of Asia.
It could have been the guys of Asia. We're just gonna go on and on until the next round, I guess. 3v1v1, 3v2v1 at some point, and it was 3v1v1 until that need happened. But I gotta give it to Smile as well. He read the elimination feed really well. Like, he saw that somebody needed themselves, and he's like, oh, it's
Apologies,
the same
Cloud,
teams.
but I don't seem to hear your voice. I'm missing you for a little bit. I'm not sure if, you've been...
now you don't.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, there you go.
hear you now.
Yeah.
But as you were saying.
They still went through.
Yeah.
But anyway, so I was just saying that if the whole TGOA thing would have been something that we'll talk about like time and time again until the next round. It's a little bit unfortunate. But gotta give it to Smile as well. The fact that Smile, the moment he saw the elimination went up and he was like, hey, they needed themselves. And then he's like, okay, let's go for it. So if he stood like still in his building after that knock, then the whole story might have been TGOA again after they reset. So gotta give it to Smile too for being active.
Yeah, and he has gotten 9 eliminations in that span of that round. And you know what? You want to be as good as he is, go land yourselves the Crimson FPLT's AMR that's currently available, and you gotta get it fast before this runs out of the store, because it's only limited until, of course, it lasts, where you can basically level it up to level 6. And not only that, this is also for a limited time only, the collaboration between PUBG Mobile as well as Ducati.
Yeah, 5 more days so for you guys to race to victory. So make sure you don't miss out on this, because this is beautiful skin. I mean, it's a Ducati skin, so how can you complain about it? And if you're wondering what model it is, it's the Ducati Penny Gill V4S. And yeah, I mean, admire the beauty of it. And I don't think we get skins for bikes, so that is definitely one to get.
Yeah, and speaking of bikes, that is for a motorcycle. This, you can also get one for your bicycle as well. Mainly, this has a lot of purple team other than the Tangerine Drake set, as well as the Spectre set here, where there it comes with all sorts of color, right? But it saves you a lot of UCs worth over 48,000 UC. So the Royal Pass A series is definitely one to get.
Something that does not cost you UC is to play the new team mode as the Dino Ground official game. All you need to do is just update your game and you will see this inside the new game mode. So try it out right now, and well, who doesn't like dinosaurs, right?
I love dinosaurs. And not only do you have the T-Rex from all these videos that I saw, you could also have the Velociraptor, and you can even fly with one of them. So that gives you a lot of options to play with all these new modes. So Yangon Galacticos as well as GE have already gotten those chicken dinners back in match 1 as well as match 2. Who will be the next one to back a chicken dinner of their own? And now without Group A playing this match, so it's B, C, D, E to see who wins for match 3.
Yeah, the team that just got the chicken dinner, Genesis Esports, we're taking a break after this together with Game Lab Alpha, Playbook Esports, as well as Hyena Ray. So those are the teams inside Group A that will be taking a break after this. But we'll see the return of the teams inside Group C. Yangon Galactico, Enigma, as well as FVMPX. They will be eyeing their chicken dinner, especially FVMPX, who is still fighting for survival.
That's right, and it seems to be a trend right now. Well, gets the chicken dinner, gets a break, but this time I did not vote for anybody in Group E, but you're still hoping that TGOA does get that chicken dinner, yeah?
Yes, after whatever happened earlier on, please, TJ, redeem yourself by getting this chicken dinner. Come on, guys. And it's still inside Irangola anyway. But for Magda, okay, this team is now in the danger. The fact that they drop onto page number 2, slowly sliding down game by game, they don't revive themselves through a chicken dinner. I worry for them of tomorrow.
Yeah, I definitely do have cause of concerns where last week, towards the end of the week, they were fighting really hard in order to maintain their position. Now, you can also see other teams are fighting just as hard or even more in order to keep themselves afloat. And if there's any moment, they really have to start right now. Meanwhile, West Point Mamba didn't really achieve all too much because it was a difficulty for them to move from the island into getting those regions around the farm sector. Maybe this game will be a lot more smoother now that GE is not there to stop them, and as well as all these other teams coming here from Group A. But Yangon Galacticos, they are back after securing that chicken dinner in Sanok, and I believe they have a vendetta.
Yes, they have a vendetta. That is to get another chicken dinner because they were on the roll previously. And Sanok is not an easy match as well. Let's see if they can actually do this inside Erangel because they almost got it. But anyway, Erangel is going to be a very different map. And speaking of Erangel, I still haven't got my dose of military base, and even the previous round, it wasn't given to me. Come on, next round.
It's just a little bit of teaser, right? Like in between the river or so, it's like, yeah, we didn't really get that craving or desire to see battles happening over on the southern side. But hey, I think like it is good as what we have witnessed was that 1 versus 1, which was a fair trade when it comes down to how these players have been able to play it all out. You know, other than talking about the military base island, I don't think I've seen much inside the ruins this season as well. It will be an interesting fight if we actually have all of them being pit right there.
Yeah, we don't get to see much of that too. But so far we've seen a couple of like a shooting range. Yesterday we saw like a Gaka area. We almost got a Stalber, but they moved to the side onto Saverni. So those are the common trends here. But hopefully we get to see something different in our next round. And it's going to be our second Erangel.
Change of pace heading into our final few matches of week 2, and of course that is me counting on to our final day tomorrow as well. I hope that you guys will be able to keep your itinerary free, as we will crown the top 16s to be advancing ahead to our grand finals of the SEA Wildcards in specific. This is an absolute different flight path that we're seeing here. Stalber all the way to Quarry. So a lot of all these cities that are on the south side is going to be hard to reach, meaning to say some of all these teams might have to battle or share compounds for the moment, or even take time to snatch cars from each other.
Yeah, that also means that going to military base and Novo is going to be a bit hard. So if we were to get a military base circle, this will be one of the best times. Just saying. Oh god, come on, just give us one of those. And you know, with the flight path, it's all perfect now if we can get this. But right now, looking at the drops, like West Point Mamba and Sin is moving towards the same direction. The same goes as well for the Bros, and there's another team around them. I believe it's Splash Vision MPX, but it's not too far. But speaking about too far, the circle kind of far as it will be on the right side, so no military base circle yet.
Yeah, this is definitely a challenge for TGOA. So if it doesn't get worse from almost getting a chicken dinner to having very, very treacherous areas to drive through for this current round, I don't know, can matters be worse for them, but I hope that they've been able to recuperate out of lost cause. And you spoke about West Point Mamba floating across with FOD. Easily done.
Yeah, really. The spelling of his name is like double ESY. So it's like easy without an A.
Yeah, never expected that though. But yeah, back to the drawing board. WPM. Haven't really found the footing for today, it seems. Meanwhile, of course, we focus back on FV. We have already seen that this team does make switches in between some of these matches. This time they bring Juggy back on board along with Diddy.
I noticed that Juggy have doesn't have bullets, so I hope his micro Uzi does. So let's see. The backup is on the way, but Magix is on foot. So, but he's gonna come in from the other side, from the back, so he should be okay. Unless the pros could sniff him out. But now the pros, they know that someone's there. Juggy's just buying time. He only has bullets with Uzi, not on his M16. So pretty low on ammunition.
And Raul, he's going to be holding on to that DBS for now. And they're just waiting for the rest of Harami Bros to invade. And most often than not, you would expect a team like Harami Bros to always be on that push. And that's the right play to do. But Raul is holding on to that DBS, but that corner has been checked by both members of Harami. Magix so far away, immediately being spotted out by Rage, but he does get the shot, slammed it though. Hoping to actually catch upon Dill, and now spots out the Mem. But he's only got that DBS in hand, so it's really down to Juggy. How much can he actually get out of it? Two members flushing it out, and damage being done towards Juggy as well. Dill just hoping to surprise them with something in this close range combat. They're all holding on shotguns, and Magix, he's just gonna deal with this later on.
Well, Juggy only has 8 bullets on his micro Uzi, so he has to be really on point. 8 micro Uzi does run out fast because of the firing rate of the weapon. And now it's going to be MM. Oh, he's the last man for Bro that's still standing, unless his teammate can be picked up. But Orange will be burned down by Magix. MM now the last man standing. He has a DBS though, so it's going to be him and his DBS. His teammates can be picked up, but he's going to secure the elimination point. Wait a second, MM! What?
Do you see how ridiculous that shot was? He was hiding close to the staircase. His body was barely even jutting out. And that DBS was not even point blank. This is why it needs a nerf. FV came so close though. That was really close.
At some point I thought MV would have won the fight because I think they had 2 players at least left. My goodness, this happened. But you gotta give it to MM, right? Like he made the proactive move of like jumping from top floor onto the ground floor and not waiting for the opponents to come towards him, and absolutely on point with the DBS.
Man, I can't get over that final shot. But yeah, you're absolutely right. I think that it could have been a lot cleaner on how FV actually takes that fight. Because from what I saw out of that situation, let me assess it for a quick bit. There were 2 members over on the ground floor. It was Magix, it was Juggy. They were focused on Dill, and then the attention span got split apart. They did deal with Dill, but somehow Juggy got caught out as well later on. I felt like that could have been a lot more efficient. Well, no, sorry. It was Magix that got caught up. So, I'm not too sure what to say about that, because it was a tight scenario, and Harami Bro, after that altercation, they survived with 3 members, managing to get that 2 pick up and huge points to start off the round. So that makes things worse. For those who are hoping to get more points in, it's going to be a chase.
Oh well, I guess we gotta move on with life, just like how TGOA has to move on from the previous round as well. And now the only team tanking out the blue. Falcon tapping onto KE. This is Davan got the first elimination point for KE earlier on. I think it was through elimination that he managed to knock down someone from afar. So definitely on point there. But for Falcon spreading out, yes, it's still stage number 1, so you still got a lot of space to play with, and you can kind of around to find where is the next destination you want to be in. So they're still in an okay position. But for Sin, still haven't regained back their number 1 spot from Austria Esports.
Yeah, and Sin seemed to be a pretty late bloomer for today. Not really had too many points even back in the round of Sadok that they played. They were finished off at 15. Well, Mix is being absolutely cheeky because he's the final member surviving for the side of WPM. So I guess same could be said. Oh, shots missed out. I'm not too sure if he was blinking or something, and YG made it the quick work.
I wonder if he would have won anyway, because I mean, at that kind of distance with the DPS, a DPS would normally win. So even if you get one knockdown, the follow-up was anyway. So I don't think he would have won. The most he could have gotten is to secure that one elimination point, but that was the best that he could have done. But the reality is that West Point Mamba is now out, and with APG only 7 points behind them, it's a possibility that APG could overtake West Point Mamba.
Very likely so. Meanwhile, we get a little bit of update of the map. And this is not too far off from what we last saw in the past game. So teams will be very familiar if they were still playing on the past round of Erangel. Yangon Galacticos, this is their favorite hill side to play, and currently being unchallenged by teams like Falcon as well as HWG, but that will all change in the matter of moments.
Now for Austria Esports at one spot. It would be nice to hold on to that by the end of tomorrow, of course, and gain maximum bonus points for this week. That's going to be 20. Currently they're on the circle. Not going to be an issue for them. I think they're also used to like from the outside in, because if you play from the outside in, your possibility of meeting other teams is there. Meaning that you have the possibility of also securing more elimination points. Of course, there's a con to that, but it's all to a certain team's strategy, whatever they're comfortable with.
True enough, and currently we see certain teams do lack that form of confidence to actually take that many fights as well, where sometimes being too safe isn't entirely the best option as well, where there are instances where you need to fight them off, you need to defend a certain compound, you need to ensure that you not only stay alive, but to also add more points back to the block. So I guess CFU, they have tried a little bit of both. I think this week itself, I guess there were certain successes that they have been able to achieve, but mainly that's from Mirama. Haven't really seen all too much coming in from Erangel entirely. So Harami Bro is always on this roller coaster ride, and this is a team that's on the complete opposite spectrum, where they want to fight, they want to take every fight possible, but let's be honest, right? Like, no teams can win 10 out of 10 battles. So I would say that's where a balance needs to be set in for the majority of them.
Well, I would say that for Magna now, they'll be playing the rest of the round with only 3 players, and if they continue to fall, will be the danger zone. In fact, for Magna, and at least from what we see on the score on the right, CFU and Magna is only 11 points difference. But if it's the overall, well, I need to re-update that. But we can see that there are a couple of dots happening somewhere else as well. But for the overall Magna, okay, PBE is not too far away from them. Falcon's not far away as well. So Magna can still fall after round. I mean, it would be devastating if Magna opening up this week with the chicken dinner and they still out by the end of tomorrow.
Yeah, it's absolutely scary a position to be. So Magna, you see them needing to squeeze those points out there, but currently in this position, they have us just circling them like eagles, but they will just bypass. They already have Lavo by the corner of the intersection, and that is about to be gate crashed by the rest of Austria Esports. So Lavo's really got to hold on for his own.
The guys of Asia circle ran away from them, but at least they still maintain a full squad. They can try to redeem this. For Magna, they will lose Labo to Astro X. That's 2 players left for Magna. Can't afford to go out early again, but for APG, they will lose Exit. MM from the Bros. And now APG running away. MM, he can still go by the edge to try to shoot them down, but looks like he's not going to do so. Oh, he tries.
Now, spot out. Members of Anchor PUBG moving right in, and MM saves the day for now. And after resuscitating those members from the first altercation, seems like Harami Bro is absolutely on fire. They're already raking up a total of 5, and this is going to be the 6 points on the block.
Wow, and has 5. Wow, all by himself. Looking good so Mr. especially from that start. That clutch against PMPX. But now, Sin on the long range onto the guys of Asia. They will lose 2 players just like that. And going to be happy to pick up those points. In fact, make that 3 maybe? Okay, we need to tabulate them later on. But Edward will definitely be sacrificing.
Yeah, it's TGOA. Really have tough luck this time because they, despite all of the odds, they still dropped inside Primas. They took a very slow rotation, and the moment they join in, this is what you should be expecting. A lot of teams are around the rim of the circle, waiting for teams to cut by, and just being gate kept, nothing much that can be done. No points other than 1. Meanwhile, Anchor PUBG receives pretty much the same fate, but the problem is they're now in a dire situation as well. So, Sin, playing very proactively just to seek out information. Meanwhile, Moy, he's got to be careful of where he's poking and prodding because Yura is also cooking up a grenade. Shots being fired from the back, and Magna hoping to tag him out. Hillary drives directly to the direction of Toki.
Oh!
Tries to run him over. He moves into the vehicle. Meanwhile, Yura gets knocked out. And the camera works are getting all over the place, I gotta say.
I'm not gonna lie, there was a slick move there to move inside the vehicle. And now Caleb will be pressured by the blue. Ma only left with 1 player left, and Toki gets away. But he's taking out the blue. Bad news for Magna. The circle moves further down.
KE directly into the center though. This is a prime spot where every single team may have to end up playing by the corners of the zone because of the hill that gives them a little bit more of that cover. But the problem is, FOD is guarding onto the east side, and you got YG onto the west, so you don't really have much of these areas of play for anyone cutting from the north point.
Oh, here we go. Sin still have level though, but they're playing this round without Holy Lanju. They're going to cut past by another team on the left. Going to be Austria Esports in front of them. Where is Sin gonna go? Because we're stage 4 and the circle is fairly small. With the amount of teams left and the amount of players left, well, there's not gonna be much space for Sin to come in directly.
Not for now. And they're just gonna drive past members of Harami, bro. They both sides just shaking hands saying, nope, let's not fight now. We can fight later on because everybody gotta get into position. Asia Esports, they've been playing very well this week. And just seeing them taking their sweet time, trailing with those shots. Moy hoping to get that pick off, but won't be able to match up to the speed. Meanwhile, you can see some tires have already been popped from the side of Kaler. Chandlo brings out a rare weapon into play. It's been a while since we see the M24 in action. Knocks down member of Asia, that's Scry. It will be limping for now. Toki being spotted out. Me comes in.
Here we go.
Not the right direction to drive.
I mean, not much of a choice for him, right? It's either he go up to the high ground, which the momentum will pull him back, or he goes to the open area and he'll get shot at. So pretty much not much of an option for him. And now with Magna being eliminated, they might go further down.
And I'm not sure if there's enough games for them to even catch up right now, because later on, if they're still playing, maybe that's just 1 game of Miramar and that's it. Meanwhile, there's still 4 more maps for tomorrow, so pressure is definitely amounting to the Singaporean team that have been putting quite the showing onto the late stages of week 1 and to start the week really well. And sadly enough, that package is not going to be retrieved by anyone. Astro, the moment he arrives, will be taken down as well. And Camper is just driving past, and they will forsake their fallen ally for now. And HWG, they're about to lock horn through KE.
Jump shot from his opponent. Who will come out with the DBS, and he sees his opponent right in front of him. The DBS will do the, but from the outside, it is going to be another member of KE that takes down the top. Became the hero. But and Davan will be picked up. KE still maintain all their members.
Beautiful work out of KE. That is the coordination we all want to see. And KE, they got a stronghold position over on the eastern side. Meanwhile, look at the teams over onto the northwest. That's about 4 teams with a collateral damage being done to Sin, as well as all these other teams are also chipping in as well. Falcon wrapped around, Sin getting sandwiched, and YG, they will take up this fight, but they are also being pummeled by all these bullets, trying to break all the vehicles aside, and they have Andrew being knocked out.
Oh, long range for Skyden, put the pressure onto YG. YG, Loki will be knocked out by Say Cloud. Scry coming to get back up as well, but it's going to be Manet, might be taken out by Skyden. Yes, Skyden will secure the nation point by Kemper. Comes out of his shack, and Kemper will get the knock, but on the other side, it's going to be a Nick coming in. This is a mess now. We have 4 teams in the same area.
And I really wonder why did YG actually choose to push over on these corners of the hill where they had a better position. But KE, they are the ones that are taking the better end of the stick here with those long-range traits that have now find themselves with 5 frags in their hands. D2Y, in the thick of commotion, they are trying to look for even more, but finds that the gets it running, and will have to look for a better place to play out this match. D2Y still looking for Andrew though, and Andrew already out, so YG will only settle for 7.
And that is it, YG. This time around, guy it before the top 5. And that's going to be Austria Esports and Falcon just next to each other. Austria Esports getting themselves 5 eliminations right now. QB will be knocked down from afar by 9 from FOD. And I guess the next result circle is going to be crucial for the 2 teams. Very likely to move away from them. Need to start to plan, and that is what exactly that Falcon is doing now.
And I'm looking at CFU to have a really good compound, but eventually we'll have to meet it into the middle of the street. That is definitely going to be a problem, but Enigma all settled in for the shack, and that is going to be a huge grenade lobbing into that compound, and Joseph, he's just going to be able to secure so many of all these numbers at a go. At 5 of danger, they stack up into 5 points already. Joseph getting knocked down. But John is scouting out for information, and he's driving into the facilities of where CFU is at. But this is going to be safe for the time being. Not too sure if John's going to be able to get more out of that, but he's just going to be pausing in the middle street for some reason.
Probably planning next route or refueling his vehicle. Joseph knocked down by the van from afar. He has the high ground against FOD. FOD, where are they going to go now? They are dependent on the smoke, the cover that they need right now against KE. At the same time, if you kind of notice, CFU, they still have a full squad. Magda, they'll be worried if CFU will be able to catch up.
My. And I guess, like, thankfully, John was on wheels so that he could basically save the rest of the knocked members of FOD. But they have their vehicles parked outside, wide in the open, that KE can just remove those vehicles and keep them by the sniper's nest. Enigma found the warehouse instead. They lose 2 as they've had the members hide out by the quarters where KE, they're the ones dictating the course of this battle this time.
Oh, absolutely. Again, having the circle, having a compound, and still with a full squad. KE looking good in this round as CFU moves into the circle. Now, because of CSU movement, I guess our focus next will be on the northern side, and as well as Austria Esports, depending on where will they go after this. But either side will be definitely interested to try to take combat over KE, but KE is secure, has this in the back for now.
Yeah, I'm not sure if any teams can actually overwhelm them, and if they need to do it, they have to do it all together at the same time. And that being said, it will require FOD as well as Falcon to crash in alongside with CFU. The teams may not have enough firepower to do so. But look at this huge area of play that KE is controlling. Spots out Koopa, gets that knock done, and it's St. Cloud that will eventually eliminate one of that away. Joseph will still 1 kill away from KE.
Oh, that is a beautiful defense there. Long-range defense coming in from KE. Now, on the other side of the circle, on the northern side, oh, had that thought for a second. On the left side, Enigma onto Scry. Spooky goes down to John. And Enigma is out just like that.
Oh boy. more and more troubles looms ahead for Enigma. Still haven't really found any form of footing, but at least mix it into a top 6 scenario is a good salvaging point for the team that have lost too many of their members throughout without too much fights being taken at the same time. CFU, no points just yet. 3 members yet left alive, but FOD, they're charging
One
right
second.
in.
Oh!
Shots connect, but not enough to take down Nang. And this trade will continue on. John on the ground, down to Joseph. Said, can he do it? And Joseph, he gets the knock, and the trade comes back at him. Now, Nang from the back with a grenade, and it's gonna be D2Y that depletes them, breaking down the vehicles, taking away a lot of the points from the hands of FOD.
5 of danger, now unstoppable with 10 elimination points. Will secure this area. The vehicles will be their bunker for now. What a beautiful attempt there by them onto CFU. And CFU will see them next round. But for Falcon, they're on the other side. They do see FOD. But KE still unchallenged in their compound.
Challenge for now. Falcon, meanwhile, they are hugging by the corners of the circle. KE, they just have to wait throughout this game, and now Joseph being spotted out right underneath the vehicle. D2Y tries to attack him all out. The rest of these members of FOD, they're just leveraging on how this fight will turn out on their favor, because these guys are only relying on Buggy to make a move later on. Easy keeping watch. He's trying to break that Buggy down, but safe out, he can only hug tight. It doesn't seem like they do have much of these angles to even get damage being done towards the Buggy instead. Easy. He's got a couple of seconds on the clock, and eventually these teams will have to move deeper into territories of where KE is at.
Ooh, KE still at the circle with the compound. I mean, how are they going to be taken down now? It's very likely that KE could get the chicken dinner, but we need to look at FD and Falcon, what's going to happen. But nobody's really stopping KE. Oh, okay. We don't have vision of Asia Esports. Okay, they're on the other side. Now we see them moving into the circle, but still, KE with this fortress, how are teams going to overtake them? I guess it's a matter of maybe KE getting the chicken dinner and the rest of them fighting for a second place.
Yeah, it seems like the case for now, but Falcon, they get one knock going for them, and they decides to challenge the rest of 5 of danger, driving past them as well. Damage being done towards Easy and Cloud. They trade right back. It's a 1-for-1 exchange between them, as a member out of KE is the one that actually spots out the member of Falcon. Goblin is going to run them all over, and FOD is scrambling to make ends meet, and eventually driving into the crosshair of KE as well.
Oh, but KE is still not having a good visual onto them yet. I guess it's because of the slope. It does give them slight cover. And now the next phase of circle. Well, there's only one player from Asia Esports still outside, but it shouldn't be a problem for him to get in since he has a teammate as a marker. So we might be in a Mexican standoff till stage 8.
It will definitely take a while, but it's already 10 elimination points being secured by Falcon. And despite all the hassle out there, Falcon now have such an outstanding performance. They even get a resupply coming in from the airdrop as well. So we will definitely have a lot more firepower to offer and a little bit more sustainability. And KE is starting to pay attention to Falcon coming in from the back.
Well, it looked like Kaya went in for the airdrop. They even have time to do that. Look at how much of a fortress KE has right now. Now it's going to be making the move. And they see Asia Esports right below them. Scribe went in for the airdrop, but D2Y is there. D2Y spots him out the navel, but also onto the other side as Scribe will be shot down. Now it's only Skynin left, the last man for Asia Esports. There's no way that he's able to save his teammate now.
Yeah, 2 split apart. Now they're definitely going to be banking on second place. But are they able to secure that chicken dinner? Sky didn't know where to go. With all the guns pointed at him, somehow he buys a little bit more time. Meanwhile, Devon, he steals 1 point away. And KE, they find D2Y. Asia Esports hanging on as they stop the attack coming in from Falcon. So Skynin, somehow, he will stay alive.
Long range there by KE, really making this as their fortress. And now Goblin is down as well. Kaya wants to their elimination point, but it doesn't seem to be... He doesn't seem to be able to. Meantime, Falcon, are they going to go in for the save? The smoke bin popped up. Chalom maybe the win, but his vehicle is smoked up as well. So if he goes in, it's going to be a big risk. Looks like he turns, and he has to leave his teammate. No choice.
And they just really have to book it because all these other angles can be covered by the rest of KE. There is a smoke over the top side here just to have cover for the side of Kaya. But he's just going to use it for himself. SeaCloud, he's going to take over the corner of the tree. But even with the smoke, he's also getting shot. Great spray out of Kaya with that UMP. Now, KE, they're just locked in. They want blood, and they smell it. The top, he finds 2 members down. He will secure Goblin and Falcon. He might not even last as long as Skyden. Now, Boyshawn is going to deal with Skyden right down below. He spots him out. And Skyden, hold the 1v1. Yes, he does. Asha might actually clinch it as well. Now there's a glimmer of hope. Boyshawn, he's not going to be able to actually do much but to give information back to the team. Falcon, way too occupied, and now it's only going to be SeaCloud left. 1v1v2, but eventually KE can resuscitate 1 more member to make it 3 members versus them. Now Falcon secures top 2, but the grenades are locked in. Up to Kaya, but he will be flushed out for the grenade. Repositions. It's going to take a while for this 1 versus 3.
Oh, unless he pull off something insane. Now he's at the lower ground, and obviously he doesn't have the numbers. Looks like KE is going to surround him. Nowhere for SeaCloud to go. SeaCloud now giving himself to the blue. He might not want to give the point away, and looks like the point will not be KE as he sacrificed himself to the blue gods.
KE coming in hot with this huge chicken dinner to close off round 3, and I guess our predictions have been pretty much spot on with this one, but just phenomenal work. And with this circle really dictating all these teams to be moving into these open plain side, KE has got the best place to hold out from. 2 shacks, and no teams can even drive past them to challenge throughout the course of the battle. And KE, despite it not ending clean, it was a huge number of points that they've managed to secure by the end of the round.
Yeah, I'll be curious to know how many elimination points did they get, but the chicken dinner, absolutely. The circle on top of them, they had a compound, and there's a lot of open space between them and everyone else, so there's pretty much no way. Very, very difficult for teams to actually siege down their fortress. Davan now with the MVP in this round. 4 elimination points, 904 damage in total. We normally see his other teammates getting the MVP award, but now it's given to Davan. Man, from KE getting this chicken dinner. Man, looking good. And just to point out as well, KE is actually coached by Talker, the legendary player who played with Orange Esports back in the day.
Wow, and I can basically see why they do share the same type of ferocity when they play in each respective match. And this is definitely one of the top scorers that they have been able to accomplish within the span of the week as well. And look at how far these teams have traveled, KE included, to be able to really gain this form of a position. Asya, as much as they have traveled the furthest, I think that they played very, very well despite the circumstances with Skyden, the only player left alive. They didn't really have the numbers to book out, and therefore, I guess other teams have been able to reap more rewards, especially Falcon, who have gate-kept and taken control, won against teams like YG over the top of the hill in order to get their way to that top 2.
Here's the highlight from the previous round. I mean, it was hard to not see KE not getting the chicken dinner, practically speaking. The moment we circle shrinks, they have this compound. Look at their defense. There's so much open space, and if any team wants to go up onto them, and even if any team wants to close in onto KE, they have to go up a hill. And there was pretty much no way, unless you can create a smoke bridge or everyone at the same time, but you can't really coordinate in that manner. So KE Chicken did a decent amount of elimination points, bringing them 19 points in total. But we got Magna with 0 points. Magna 0 points means they might continue to slide down, considering that the Bros got themselves 6 points here.
Yeah, same could be said about FVMPX as well. That fight was really close against Harami Bro, and look at how Harami Bro have been able to really leapfrog their way through with 6 eliminations, of course, wiping out the entire FV, and then we still have MM to be able to take another 2 more. So, as it stands, KE after that chicken dinner tallies up the total chicken dinner to 2, and now sees themselves into the top 5 position, pushing down both HWG as well as West Point Mamba. West Point Mamba not securing any points at all, and that is a worrying sign for this team that's been competing very well back in week 1. But FOD, they are now in that 10th position.
Oh, as predicted, Magna slides down now to number 14. PB overtakes them. But the PB took a break. But anyway, it was the Bros who played, and they overtook Magna now. Oh no, this is bad news for Magna. And there are 8 points difference with CFU now. 10 points from Enigma. 1 round could still push CFU and Enigma on top of that.
Yeah, it's really cutting it so close. Despite CFU lasting so long in this matchup, they are still struggling to put those points to overtake Magna as well. So there is still a little bit of that gap, but that gap is not going to be for long. It's only 8 points, and Enigma is currently in the same dire position as well. Last week, looking pretty hot, but now finding themselves on 16 together alongside with Game Lab in specific. So I'm not even certain what should I really say anymore about, you know, their current condition, because it doesn't really attribute to the type of morale that they are having right now. But of course, our goal is over. We're going to be moving into Myanmar to start off round 4.
And similar faces again up here as the top Myanmar performers: West Point Mamba, Asia Esports, GE, as well as Yangon Galacticos. And if we see numbers, West Point Mamba, they really love to take elimination points this map. But for survivability, well, it's tied between Asia Esports as well as GE, both of them having similar stats in terms of that. But it's a good mix between a couple of nations here, 3 nations in fact. So we got Myanmar, Cambodia, as well as the Philippines. But I was kind of surprised as well that KE, they kind of fall off the top Myanmar performance charts. But I think, if I kind of think about it, compared to the start of this week and now KE, one of the most improved teams of week number 2.
I gotta agree with you, where I was expecting a lot out of KE in the first match, and like there was a couple of matches where they're not really showing up at all, and then until maybe the later span of the week, they start to gain more and more of those points to keep themselves afloat. So this week, truly, it has been a step above the rest, where with that type of chicken dinner as well to be so convincing. I feel like even we don't see them to be the top performers inside of Myanmar, they will still be within that top 5 pick, I would say.
Yeah, so far the ones that got the chicken dinner here, actually no strangers, like Yangon Galacticos, like GE as well as KE. So no strangers yet. Still waiting for the team to give us a surprise, you know, like the Bros, like TGOA, like maybe the Singaporean teams to come up with their own chicken dinner. Come on guys, we want to see. Well, at this point we can't see every team getting a chicken dinner for themselves until because only tomorrow left, but at least some new faces would be nice.
Yeah, and right now it's time for us to make certain predictions, and when it comes down to Myanmar, I actually think out of the many teams that are on the second page, PBE actually plays better than a lot of them. So that's the reason why I actually put their names up here. Meanwhile, Sin, look at their form from those runs throughout the week inside of Myanmar, they are still a force to be reckoned with.
And Game Lab, one of the teams that actually fell from grace after that chicken dinner. So my support for Game Lab. Hopefully they'll be able to come back this. I mean, it's almost every round, but come on Game Lab, you got to put in the work. You got to show it there. Enigma the teams down there, and now we are only down to the last 6 games, and for some teams maybe 5 games. This really needs to be the moment that they come back up. If not, again, elimination could be at the horizon.
Yeah, and I don't even know. I can't even stress how much they really have to do in order to stay afloat here. Imagine training for months for this whole entirety of the league that only lasts for 2 weeks if you don't qualify for the grand finals. Like, all of that effort that was put in, the players will be questioning, like, I wish I could have actually do more. Like, how could I actually do things better? But sometimes you don't overthink. You just got to do it. Said by a wise man once told me.
Wow, I wonder which wise man is that. It's true enough.
Can't hear you again, Cloud. Don't worry. Continue on.
Oh,
they can hear you.
Right. That got me thinking for a moment. But yeah, but that's actually true enough, because like as the rounds goes by, there's no way for you to like return to that round and like, okay, that's done. Whatever placement that you get, that you get is locked in. There's no way for you to retrack that and redo it again. Nah, redo it again, it's probably going to be next season. So you don't want to go out with regrets. You to do it and don't think, just do it. Sounds very familiar.
Well, of course, I can only guess what you're trying to mention to me for now, but I just gotta deal with it, right? So, well, I just want to see, you know, like what's going to be the end result, because overall, no matter what the result is by the end of the league stage in particular, I think that there were a lot of all these learning curve for those that have struggled, and also there are those moments of brilliance for them that they've been able to achieve throughout the course of these 2 weeks. And we've even seen instances where even Magna has gotten chicken dinner earlier throughout the week, and then of course that goes to show that even this team have what it takes to actually challenge some of the best of region. And mind you, this is one of the toughest regions to play in the world itself, where you remember how some of all these boys back in Orange Esports, when they were still a team around wildcards, to be going on the global stages. That's how powerful the SEA wildcard region is. And I love that, you know, with the addition of Philippines as well as Myanmar on the block, we just get a variety of so many different strategies and ideas of teams just performing at their own pacing of rate as well. So now that they've already done their learning, I hope they've already done their learning, they just really have to put things to practice.
Well, it's been a while since we see a wild team actually getting onto the global stage, but at least this time around, after the PMGC route has been announced, we're definitely going to see at least wildcard team onto the global stage later on. So keep your eye on that. Who might it be? We did talk about the calculations, and that's a little bit of a long story. Let's see later inside the game as we head on to our first Miramar for today. Here we go.
Jumping back into Miramar here for day 4, and it's our 4th match of the night, where there's only a well, if you count on both hands, then handful of games to be played out by all the 20 teams on board. Flight path starts off from Campo Militar, heading into prison, and this is pretty much the best form of route that allows teams to get to their designated areas. We already see Enigma moving into the north point between Almada as well as Cruz Naval. Ravenwood decides to play along the stretches of Hacienda del Patron, but this is going to be that fork road where they really have to be very careful if they still want to see their way past the group stages.
And so right now, yeah, I guess since the flight path is kind of nice, so most of this team able to get onto wherever they want to go, unless, well, okay, so here's another thing that normally happens in the last few games. We might start to see teams challenge each other just because they want to get on top of each other, basically. So there are a lot of calculations still right now, but I like to put everyone's attention to that because we have seen that time and time again with various seasons.
And this is a site that we've not really seen too much of. It's Harami Bro versus MQ and Esports very early inside of Picado.
Ooh. Now that KE is taking a break, that's why Picado is very big. And so happened that these two teams happen to have the same mindset of like, okay, up into Picado. So right now, okay, again, if Magna loses, ouch. But if they win this, they will go on top of the, very likely to go on top of the pros. But it's not a good start for Magna as Boy will be down. He's on the other building though, but there's a signal for the pros to come in.
Solid work coming in from the members of Magna. Doing a little bit more of that damage towards Few, but seemingly not enough to take out any members of Harami Bro just yet. And after that knock, it seems like Harami Bro also creates a little bit of form of distance before re-engaging into the battle, expecting Yuri to come in for a pickup. And now that they set up the smokes, you hear those footsteps moving upwards as well. And range, he's absolutely ready with that UMP in hand. MM applying a little bit more of a firing power from a distance with the AK in hand. He was joined in a tad later, but boy, he drops from the building, and now he'll be charging upwards again to try to find these players of Harami.
Well, he only has 10% health, so I'm not sure if he really charged. Like one bullet onto him, he will be down. So he's going to take some time to reset. He only got just on the other side, but the rest of the pros, they don't know he's there. They didn't realize he actually down from the upper floor to the ground floor. Now, yes, they are surrounding the pros, but Boy only has a pistol.
Yeah, that's really very problematic for Magna to really play this one out. 2 micro Uzis, more than enough to take down these 2 players out of Magna inside of the hotel building. And now, doesn't really help that they also do have a Scar L that is going to be supplementing their attack. And just like that, Yura, first one to be eliminated here inside of the city. And Harami Bro will find themselves with the first blood.
Okay. Now, Boy has a shotgun. They're trying to find where he is though. He goes down to the ground floor again. MM just keeping eye in case anyone comes out onto his side. Boy opens up the door and then MM is there and MM will be happy to knock him down.
It's pixel perfect. Timed with precision as well. And Boy really had no business doing there any much longer. And he's been struggling to also get himself loot. So Magna has to play this with only 2 more members inside of the arena. And even so, no matter whatever stocks that there is, I don't think it's ever going to be enough. So might as well find a vehicle, start booking out of Picado already, and loot elsewhere on the map, because a lot of other areas of the portions of Myanmar are still vacant, I would say. Thankfully, there's a buggy for Magna Esports to rotate, and they will be off to their safety.
Yeah, for now, hopefully they don't bump into the team, because if they bump into another one, then it's going to be 2 against maybe 4. Not the situation they want to be in. So, but the good news is that they are identical. But that also means that, you know what? Teams who want to come into the circle, yeah, that's exactly it.
Yeah, it's going to be perfect for them. Meanwhile, G-Labs, very far spread as they do catch GE on rotation in between. Scotty by the corner of the tree. Master Ichi's going to move around and he immediately spots him out. Tries to go in for the shots, but Ichi limited so early. He does have great instincts, but even despite that, the momentum from the vehicle does not really help him get a better recoil control against Scotty.
I guess he wasn't prepared for Scotty, so he got caught off guard. He was just passing by and this Scotty kind of surprised him. Like he saw someone in the trees, like he jumped out of the vehicle, and when you jump out of the vehicle, you still pull out your weapon. And that is where Scotty took the advantage. So Scotty was prepared because he knew someone's coming towards him. And that's how he kind of won the fight. But bad news for GE, of course. They lost Ichi, which is the current MVP. Not the guy that you want to lose.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty hard for them to really play out Miramar. without enough firepower. But I would still say with Small really stepping up today, they'll still be able to hold their own nonetheless. So meanwhile, as we take a look at the other sectors of Myanmar, inside of the church compound is where a member of HWG is currently hiding, and that's Mewtwo, Astro X, and the rest of Austria. Just want to say a prayer, perhaps, not for their own teammates, but maybe for Mewtwo, if they were to move in. But they're not going to be able to identify the lurker within the building.
Yeah,
meanwhile, safe journeys ahead.
Mewtwo uses his psychic power to like move away, move away, move away. And it worked! Okay, great job there, Mewtwo. Hopefully they don't catch him after this. So that's a good one there. But I mean, that was a good one as well. I gotta think about it.
I like it. Keep it rolling, you know, like Mewtwo, if only he could fly out of that situation, it will be great. But telekinesis is perhaps a really strong suit for him for now. As for the rest of West Point Mamba, though, they will not have any problems settling down later on. But Enigma comes out with some long-range shots with that M16. Very sharp shooting from the top side of the hill. And that will only knock one member out of members of G-Lab. But QB, he wants more. He's going to close in.
Ooh, the rest of the Enigma is coming in. So they're surrounding them. Now with that knock, okay, managed to pick up, fine. But can he get away in time? Now Enigma is in the area. Enigma, they did go up to the high ground though, so is there to really give long range cover. But Koopa is going to move in. Skadi goes down to Caps for the second time around. And the circle moves up, so Skadi and the rest of the crew are in the circle. But I wonder where the last member of Magna, or the two members of Magna is at. Really curious to know because they must survive this round. Oh, they are in the circle, okay, on the south side.
Well, meanwhile, speaking of the south side, there's just so many teams that are moving into the center of it all. Montevideo is definitely going to play round 2 pro. Will find Caps. They managed to slowly eliminate one member after another. G-Lap with a perfect defense up the hills, only losing out Scotty. And Enigma finds this too tough of a challenge, and perhaps the flanks were a little bit too wide, per se. Now only 2 more members left. Labo did fall to his demise. That doesn't help the situation for Magna. Now that grenade lands onto both members of the side of Enigma. Only Spooky left, and he's at least distancing himself for safety measure. And I don't even think that he's got much to do here, so he's got to leave on that buggy.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be able to save his teammate. If he goes in, well, basically Koopa is a bait for now, so Spooky is just going to leave this. He's going to make the rotation on his own. He's going to survive the entire round. The fact that Enigma started the fight, they got the first knockdown. They still lost this fight. I mean, it's a tough one for Enigma though.
Yeah, and I guess the ideas were right, but when you're coming in from the low ground, you only get 1 knock. It really relies on Spooky to relay every single information that there is. How many players are up there and what positions to take. And we last saw the flanks coming from Caps pretty far too wide as well. Take a while for teams like this to coordinate. And even with the wraparound, they still end up on lower grounds instead. Except for those that charge in, you know, from the initial movements into the left. So, of course, that done and dusted. We will move along. So far, 3 teams out of many have lost significant members. Magna, Enigma, as well as G-Lab, losing at least 2 to 3 members out there. We'll have to play it as slow as possible, but this circle definitely isn't allowing them to do so. And we can see the change of how Ravenwood operates this time, taking the top side of Power Grid in order to seek long-range angles against all the other teams over onto the lower end of the hill. But some bullets are flying the way of Zapple.
Well, at least this time Raven, they are playing a little bit closer, except for Wak Jong, he's on the outside. But by the next circle, he should move into his long range from Harley. Can she secure that elimination point onto Sid? They still got the circle though. But can I say the same for the rest of Magna? Toki and Labo, they're still on the south side. But they are really close by with APG. APG, if they move straight in, they will bump into Magna.
Yeah, and we'll just have to see whether if the APG decides to do so, or perhaps take the foothill of Power Grid, and maybe like that, they may actually avoid a little bit of that danger. Meanwhile, CFU hiding right underneath the noses of Anchor PUBG as well, so perhaps a fight will take place before either side of the teams will be able to journey through safely. And maybe there's just no interest in either party to really take this fight as well, because everybody's got to keep on moving. So right now, CFU, they will direct themselves further into the cities of Picado, and it could be a very different approach compared to all the other teams that are hoping to redirect themselves into those Montenegro grounds to climb up the hill.
Yeah, CFU, they want to avoid PG that was in front of them, so not a team that likes to take fights at this point. Let's be a team that takes fights. Harley knocked down. I believe that was by Sin, and it was from a... Wow, but okay, since Harley's in the same compound together with his teammates, should be okay for her to survive. I wouldn't worry too much for Harley though. But for Harley to not secure that onto that one Sin player that was knocked down by her, a little bit of a disappointment for herself there. But anyway, looks like now Sin is closer and they're circling around Raven just like sharks.
Yes, indeed. And CFU, they've arrived into the crosshairs of Harami Bro onto the corners of the warehouse, and with one member depleting them, two members being knocked out by range, and there's not enough angles for Harami Bro to be able to at least cover ground. And here we find ourselves Sid battling against the rest of Ravenwood. The moment he got this knock, they want to take the spoils of war. Boy, first one to be knocked down, and that DBS doing significant damage. Baby, as well as Harley, now being knocked, and there's not going to be enough members out of Ravenwood to hold out.
Oh, beautiful flick onto that rooftop for Sin to recover. Wak Jong, who wasn't in the same compound, so he will be the last one to survive for their team. Now we're putting focus on the CFU versus the pros. The pros right now, they're being needed down. Oh, by CFU. Okay, but the counter fire comes in for the other side. It's going to be from another team, I believe, but all the fights just happening at the same time. Well, fights happening at the same time. It's going to be PBE and Austria Esports. Astroax needs to get away. They're losing that fight, but Enigma only down to Smokey all alone will be taken now by MPX.
Oh, there's just so much going on right now. Even Magna has been spotted, and they will crash out much earlier. APG did actually move into their corner of the map. Meanwhile, they will definitely take over the compound. The circle will be just at the rim of where Anchor PUBG is currently at. So just like that, stage 4 only sees 13 teams. Michi now knocked out. Mix tries to trade right back. Grenades held well. Mix drops another member of Yangon Galacticos. A little bit of a widespread for Yangon Galacticos as well. Mernat Boy joining in from a very far side. I don't think he will be able to spot Migs. More and more chip damage towards the side of Romeo Boy, and Mernat Boy tries to trade back, but he does not know that Emas is going to be around. That Grenade's going to be pushing him into another different position for sure. WPM, they managed to steer clear out of the dangers of what YG has to bring to the table.
Oh, Mix!
Not for long, though.
Oh, no, Mix knocked down. But we move over to the versus. Here we go now. As here we go, they're in the same compound. And I believe that they're being overlooked at by another team. But now, here we go. They really want to take over this compound. And if they can do so, it's going to be a good position since it's within the circle. But they need to win the fight. And now Alpha within the compound. Smoke going to give him a little bit of a cover. MM on the other side. MM, they're a little bit small though. But here we go. Every one of them in the same compound as Yangon Galacticos gets eliminated. Number 30 for them without a single point down.
very difficult fight for them to take against West Point Mamba, and that's also WPM surging back up to shape. 3 points already on the board. Despite with grenades all over the place, and Harami Bro will find one member being knocked down. The HWG, they're just gonna take this one slowly, one step at a time. Now that they know that Harami Bro is gonna be on the opposite sector, they could just slowly take positions and try to find the peak angle. MM as well as Few have to work in tandem right now. 4 versus 2. So expect Harami Bro to be playing more of a defensive stance. Love all these smokes here that they've thrown out just to cover angles from HWG. And I'm surprised. CFU, they've been hugging that corner for the longest of time, and they are taking a long-range battle against FVMPX.
I think they kind of know that Wak Jong is on the high ground, so that's why they're not on the move. Because if they expose themselves, then Wak Jong could shoot them down. So that's why they're holding their position. Plus the circle, so it's going to be a defensive, safe stance for them. As for E and West Point Mamba, now just next to each other, there's one member of PBE still on the outside of the circle, on across the road in fact. And it's going to be Raimon. I guess Federales might have an eye on Raimon, skids across, goes to his teammate, and he's safe for now.
For the moment, things are looking absolutely clear for West Point Mamba. PBE, absolutely the same as well. There was a little bit of distance between these two Filipino teams. Both still have to journey their way into the circle. Astro X in the middle of the field. I don't think that he has much of a safe position to play, but that's also because he's all alone. He will have to squeeze into whichever corner if he could to defend for GE. They're still trying to assess the situation, and I think like eventually a lot of all these players will move towards where HWG's current position, along with Harami Bro, the moment that they need to get to stage 6.
AP making their move. They're really playing by the blue now, getting into the circle. Looks like quite a clear route for them. But okay, I have to point out as well, Magna has been eliminated and CFU is still alive. And now with that one elimination onto CFU, their difference only 7 points. So CFU still has an opportunity to take over Magna and push them down out of the top 10.
Yeah, and while that's happening, PBE, right on top of Magna in terms of standings as well, finds himself the first 3 frags early on, and now looking for a number 4, and even more against West Point Mamba. And look at them drive, they just trample upon him. MS trying to save Federales. There's not much time available, but there is FB that does help them for the tiniest bit. Mitchie down on the ground. Mix, next one to fall. Raul holds them all back.
West Point Mamba now fighting for their lives against PBE. Raimon being clipped out by Ermas. Ermas tries again, and Ermas can he get a knockdown? Yes, he will. Oh, more boys down as well. Hey Shua, the only one alive, and he's way behind. But Ermas shot from where did that shot come from? From the VMPX, from all the way the other side.
And now another battle happens, erupting on the top hills, where Acro PUBG comes in to clean house. Sin, they were not prepared at all. Now one member over on top, and you gotta find a way to actually climb up. That grenade's gonna be able to chip some health bars off. Holy Langio pretty far apart from FV. So they got to really fight for these positions, but Holy Langio, thankfully, he can heal himself. Just like that, Anchor PUBG compromises this building, and FVMPX, they're doing so well, taking on the fights against West Point Mamba. And we saw them having so much, and now West Point Mamba's already out.
Oh, West Point Mamba, 3 elimination points this round. And VMPX already getting 5, and they're dominating. You don't get to see that all the time. We're able to gain more because they're in the fight for survival. Right now it's going to be Sin and APG still for this ground. The shots fired out by Shroud, almost getting his target. Jump shot comes in, and Shroud get a knockdown. But now APG, they still have one more to go, and it's going to be Holy Laju. He'll get a knockback on the Shroud. Marcos needs to come in, but Marcos shot down as well. Exit is now the last man standing, but Sin is still eliminated somehow.
Oh my goodness, that was so close. Exit, he survives to tell the tale for the team. Anchor PUBG can still play as a full squad, and the only other full squad that's currently available is going to be HWG. these guys will not meet each other until much later on, but HWG, they can continue to sit inside the building. Robbie Bro, patience definitely paid off with this current position that they're holding, but it definitely wasn't clear at any given point because Ravenwood, CFU, they've been around that vicinity. But take a look at that. We have not really had much glimpse of GE. They've lost 2 members very early on. They will find a little bit more of a corner to move into the eastern side from the south.
Okay, G-Lab now from the north. Needs to come into the circle. Still on the outside of it. Got about 10 more seconds before the zone closes. But they need to slide it in. If FVMPX spots them out, they have the numbers against GameLab.
Man, the slide sounds like somebody going into some Instagram messages. But, you know, these players can definitely talk to each other after that. But me, I was just ranting about random things while everything remained to be silent only for the split second, waiting for this zone to actually close up. I'm surprised we still have 9 more teams remaining, as a couple of teams are struggling with only a singular player remaining, and that's Ravenwood as well as Austria Esports. And Wak Jung, he's been safe throughout the course of the battle by just staying on top of the hill, and I actually wondered what if Ravenwood were to just take the top end of the hill, because when the game started, I thought that they have one of the best position possible.
But I guess it's just a preparation for the next phase. Possibly. Maybe he found a suitable route at that time. That's why he made that move. But for a suitable route to be created, it's going to be GameLab needs to win this fight against FVMPX. I don't think FVMPX knows that they're behind them, but it's going to be Exit. And an Exit as GE will take him out. But for the rest of his opponents from AP, now that the position compromised, they might come on to the rest of GE.
Yeah, really preemptive smokes being popped up as well. Just trying to negate any form of pressure coming in from Anchor PUBG. Shroud already keeping his eyes peeled out as they try to loot off X's box for the time being. GameLabs find a couple of members of FV on the other corner, and that is GameLabs popping off 5 frags on top where Junkie, he did drop a couple of grenades. Now looking for Dragon. Last member remaining for GameLabs. But they can still resuscitate the fallen brethren. Kai is a little bit out of reach, and Shroud will pick from afar. And now Shroud also sees the rest of FVMPX.
Oh, and GameLab happened to out Magic's the main man for FVMPX, the man that they don't want to lose. And right now, still in the circle, so they're okay. But they will be shot at from the long range Shroud. But at the same time, I think there's another team actually crashing onto them. Okay, it's going to be PG getting closer and closer. They want to find their target. They want to get more elimination points. But speaking about elimination, GameLab is out at number 9 with 5 eliminations. Marcos with the high ground. Junkie will be eliminated by Sonic.
Bird's eye view for Sonic and the rest of Anchor PUBG. They've been playing very, very well throughout the entire time they've been playing inside the Myanmar. This is as clean as it gets. 9 points already. Could be 10 if they do land it on the roll. DD is too far out of reach as well if that knock comes to play. Shroud, he's going to supplement the attacks as well. Being very, very hasty on this attack. They advance forward. Remember this, there's still a couple of players over on top of the hill that APG will have to be very careful with.
Ooh, Marcos taken out by Raul. APG now down to the last 2 men, but they got themselves 9 eliminations already. And FVMPX, they got 9 as well. Only 1 more to go to make it 10.
This is the biggest leapfrog of points coming in from FV and Anchor PUBG, of course, after having a couple of struggling rounds. And FV, if they have this chicken dinner here in this match, it will change the course of the Week 2 standings, perhaps. Support finally appears and challenges the rest of HWG that's been camping inside the hut. Austria, however, comes up with no points, surprisingly.
Ooh, okay, Aren has a together with his teammate support, but there's like 3 teams around them, but they finish off one by one. Okay, on the other side as well, there is another team on the other compound, but they're focusing on to HWG for now. Get the knockdown, probably they will rush in, but no knockdowns yet after expanding like at least 2 nades.
Wak Jung now being spotted out, and that is the end of the run for Ravenwood at 7th spot. 2 elimination points here to add up, but is it safe to say that it's going to be hard for them to approach the final day of the week to actually have enough points against the rest? Meanwhile, FV, 10 points, now makes it to 50.
Well, makes that 11 now after that nade elimination, and Raul will pick up DD. The duel, and they actually pull off a miraculous chicken dinner finally for FVMPX. They're staying in the right because other teams on the southern side. We got MM on the other building, CFU together with HWG with a full squad in the compound, and now CFU will come in. Got 1 at the forefront. HWG will need to be prepared. They might not have information how many is actually onto them.
Meanwhile, GE has been remaining very, very silent. They can still have very good angles from the top end of the hill, but HWG is not letting loose of this building. CFU is just waiting by the door, is not even knocking right now. Alpha getting ready with his barrels just across the room. HWG playing with so much discipline, not even sound to be made. You can say exactly the same about MM. Random shots being fired from the side of Aaron into the smoke. A little bit of signal warning towards Zai. GE is just waiting for a big fight to erupt, but nobody's doing anything at all.
Well,
there we go.
You asked for it, and now Zai knocked down. But that's from afar, so he could be picked up by his teammate. The nade onto M. So that means they know that MM is on the other building as well. Yaka will be knocked out by support. Could this be the opening for CFU? But before the MM tries to secure the elimination point by MM. He lands shots, but not able to secure that point just yet. And now MM starting to move in. CFU eliminated. The defense came in from the side of HWG.
But they did manage to deal a little bit of damage, and now HWG will eventually have to vacate that building and play on open grounds, and that's where GE can still find a lot of all these angles to work with. And then you have Raul to be working along with Diddy, so essentially it's the world versus HWG for the chicken dinner.
All right, 3 more to go. HWG has the best chance, not gonna lie, unless both teams, FV as well as GE, crash in together. But now GE, they lost West, and now GE down to the last man. FV need to come out with a miraculous win against HWG. We're probably starting with this knockdown from Raul. Can he secure the elimination point? Not yet. Batka is still alright.
FV makes it into the final hurdle, and Millie spots out Mewtwo. 2 versus 2, entirely doable. They spot another member by the corners of the 2nd floor, and the pressure is on. The nade set right in. FV, they're about bound to look for their first chicken dinner here in week 2.
Can they actually do it? Okay, right now Raul managed to reset inside the vehicle. He needs to get away from the vehicle exploded, but Raul is still okay. And now Raul with the knockdown to Alpha. This could be the moment for FVMPX. FVMPX, could this that chicken dinner? It's looking good for them as Yahiko will get themselves to the blue. Finally, Flash Vision MPX with chicken dinner.
Another chicken dinner for a Singaporean squad, and this involves a lot of hard work. Flash Vision MPX have done it in the most crucial of moments. We'll see how further can the team go with more games to be played out. And now that they've found the winning formula, a taste of this chicken, there may just be a few more to go.
Oh man. Now I do wonder, could this be the great game for FVMPX? This is insane right now, alright? This is insane. With like what? 5 more games to go, goes for FVMPX. I don't remember if they took a break today, but FVMPX, man, if the Great Escape would have happened, it starts now.
Yes, and just look at how well they did from start to finish, right? All the fights that they took up the hill, they won it. They third-party PPE as well as WPM, and then there were also engagements coming in from Sin. They survived, to tell the tale, and they cleared everybody up over the top. It was so hard to even flush members out of HWG. Thankfully, GE was also tag teaming against HWG, and suddenly it all became possible once more and more of these HWG players thought that, hey, what if we exit from the back of the building? Maybe we can actually get a clearer shot. But moment that they step out, you already have DD watching over on that corner, and the rest was history. That is one of the better chicken dinners of the day that we've seen in Miramar overall, and the entire day, it's been a lot of exciting chicken dinners to close around.
Yeah, and the fact that they lost Magix fairly early on because of the backstab from left, they still got the chicken dinner, and Magix is their key guy. But they still get the chicken, so I mean, it's definitely props to them for still doing it. And they're still fighting for their lives. I'm glad to see this kind of story whereby they don't give up and they're still on it. They know that, okay, whatever there is, if there's still games, points are still close enough, we can still do this. This chicken dinner will definitely boost themselves, but we'll need to see how far because those points still need to be tabulated. But on the other side, I guess kind of like the opposite. It's the fall from grace. Magna, I don't think got much out of this round.
Yeah, and they crashed out relatively early and they got eliminated by Anchor PUBG while they were trying to rotate in as well. So I think that after dropping into Picado and making some pretty drastic decisions, they didn't even get to play the game essentially. So it's hard when you're in such a position where you go into uncharted grounds hoping for the very best, and eventually you have to look for plan B, and even plan B did not work out.
Wow, okay, DD is the MVP this time. Man, screenshot this, DD. You earned it, man. 5 elimination points, 735 damage for FVMPX with their first chicken dinner. Oh, man. I'm already imagining that could this be the real comeback moment, and could FV be one of the first Singaporean teams to actually get in onto the finals?
There is a very good chance right now, especially when we saw them having so many elimination points, and now added with that chicken dinner, they can easily breach 60 over points from this round alone.
Yeah, I can't wait for the scores to be shown, to be honest. I think it's an exciting round, especially for teams in page number 2. And let's look at the stats before we get on to that. FV, look at the amount of travel distance. It wasn't an easy circle for them. They had to move a lot on top of moving. They got backstep along the way, and the circle kept going away from them. I mean, there were a lot of were against FV in this round, but for them to still get this chicken dinner, it's a great moment. And just to add on to that, the full squad time, well, I think this was when Magix got eliminated, so they didn't have as much as a full time as HWG.
Yeah, it's actually really interesting to note that HWG, they had such a strong position, but they didn't really channel and fully utilize it because of the invasion of CMU, and they didn't have any form of a time to reset, even despite there was time that allowed them a little bit more of that room to be able to at least challenge all together. This very moment, Raul, magnificent job on the whole with Didi, and Yakiko, of course, eventually bow out to the play zone, and that is a staggering 24-pointer round for FVMPX.
Wow, 24 with 40 eliminations as well. Doing good this time around. Nice to see. Nice to see like a different, like before the round started, we did talk about like, oh, we're going to see a different team getting chicken dinner, and we got it. We got it through FV. So it's nice to see them getting the chicken on the board. Man, but for Wagner, 0 points as well. Enigma also fighting for their survivability, only 1 round. Here it is.
Yeah, we definitely have to take a look at the second page here. We have HWG that did manage to secure second place, and APG did have quite a number of frags. Therefore, they will be advancing for 5th as well as 7th respectively. I think right now, we don't even need to actually think too much about the first page. It's all about the second page. FE! They overtake Magna! 64 points! And they can chase against PBE. But Harami, bro, you saw them taking so many of all these frags. They continue to hold on to that 11th spot. As a matter of fact, shuffles that spot with some of these teams.
Wow. Okay. I mean, we still got games to go, so I'm going to hold on to my horses right now. It's exciting to see some of the page 2 teams actually going up. And of course, by now, because we are at the second last day, a lot of focus is going to be on who will survive, who will make the cut onto the grand finals. Then in the grand finals, we'll talk about like who might be the champion. So it's exciting to see like page 2 teams. Some of the page 2 teams are doing well this time. So, but there will be the next question, of course. Can they maintain consistency because there are still games to go? We'll find out because there's one more game before we end. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, be back for Miramar after this.
and how the tables have turned in that span of a round in Myanmar. And here, we're going to be moving into another dramatic finish in our Saturday round of our final match. And you are currently watching the PMPL SEA Wildcard Fall 2023. Circle together with me. My name is Contra, and what more can we say about FVMPX? This is their golden moment right now. And now it is a world of possibilities of who gets in and who gets out.
Yeah, because there will be only 3 teams that will be eliminated. So, I mean, the chance is huge. The chance is huge for them to come out with a big escape. They've been down there for the longest time. With this chicken dinner, it will definitely boost, not only boost them up in charts, but also boost their motivation as well. So let's see if they can continue on in the round. The next round will be A, B, C, and E, meaning Group D will not be playing. FVMPX will still be in the running to add more points.
That's right, and of course, speaking of points, I hope that you guys have gotten enough points of UCs to secure yourself the Crimson FPLT's AMR. You can upgrade all the way to level 6 and just style on everybody else. And of course, other than this, you can also check out many amazing skins that is being offered by PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, just like this. This is amazing. The Penny Gale is beautiful indeed. You got 5 more days to actually get this skin, and it might go away and it might not come back. So don't miss out on your opportunity. In general, make sure you get this skin beautifully done by Ducati in collaboration with the PUBG Mobile, and I'm pretty sure you don't get that many nice bike skins at the game.
Yeah, and not even on the road, you know, like I wish I actually see a Panigale pass me by every single day, but of course that will happen in PUBG Mobile instead. Or why not get yourself other different types of skin, all in a bundle if you play enough games. Or if you've been spending every single day playing PUBG Mobile already, the RPA series is for you, where you get saved up to 48,000 UC.
Yeah, you might as well, right? Reward yourself while you play the game. And while you play the game, you can try this new game mode. There's the Dino Round, and then inside of this game mode, you can ride dinosaurs. There will be different spots inside the game that you can land, and then there will be events happening inside of it. And if you want a preview of it, you can check out the advertisement before the game, or even before the tournament starts. And tomorrow we will still be playing, of course. But you guys, while you take your break, while wait for tomorrow, do try out the new theme mode, Dino Ground.
That's right, and of course, there's a lot to explore on your own for the Dino Grounds and many other offerings inside PUBG Mobile. But now we want you to focus on the final match. It's between Group A, B, C, as well as E, to see who will get enough points to get into the top 16. Because tomorrow will be another epic 5 rounds of play. So I like how our focus have changed so much, Sir Cloud. At the start of the day, we were talking about dominating teams, and now, of course, all eyes are on the teams that are currently having that struggle, that tug of war to really hold on, and every ounce of strength that they can put on will be able to propel them into the finals to maybe earn a little bit more cash prize and a shot into qualifying into bigger leagues.
Yeah, so here's our prediction. PBE maybe safe, maybe, unless they go all the way down, but they got themselves a good run so far. I mean, it's a decent run for PBE. For HWG, it was 4v2 at some point earlier on, and they almost got the chicken dinner, but because like pressed at the corner, it was a bit tough for them to get out of that, and they need against the high ground for FVMPX. So with that being said, maybe they're able to bring some of that momentum onto the next round and secure their chicken dinner here.
Yeah, and I'm also looking at HWG. They really did a lot in these rounds of Myanmar throughout the course of the week. And I'm also picking teams that do struggle for today, Enigma as well as WPM, where I think out of the lot, Enigma definitely need those points to stay afloat as well. Or else, who knows? I'm not even certain if they could be basically survive when you add all the bonus points all together.
Yeah, it's quite hard to tell still, frankly speaking, because of the teams are really fighting for their survivability down there. And with FVS getting the chicken dinner, that means that it's not really good news for Enigma. So Enigma needs to do it this round, and if they can get the chicken dinner, at least they might be safe for now. Of course, we still got games tomorrow. But after this, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be a final round for today, and it's going to be in Myanmar again. So this is going to be a very interesting round indeed. I wonder if another surprise can get the chicken dinner.
Yeah, and with the list of teams that are on board right now, I guess there is going to be a lot more at stake as well for those that are not playing. So they will have to keep their eyes very closely of what really happens in this particular round. So it's a world of possibilities of who really qualifies to the top 16. So let's check it out all together. Make sure, for those of you guys who are supporting from home, to be cheering on your favorite teams, your favorite players right now. Don't fight. It's all love as well as peace. And now, let's hit right into our final map inside of Myanmar here from PMPL SEA Wildcard.
Alright, here it is, ladies and gents, the final game for today inside of Myanmar, and we're down to the last 5 games tomorrow as we edge closer and closer to the end of the league before we find out which team will be eliminated. Flight path will be from Los Eagles all the way up to La Copera, meaning that for teams who like on the right side will need to travel quite a bit.
Yeah, difficult access into the right, just like certain games out there for Erangel, but I guess with enough vehicle spawns around Myanmar, it's still very much doable for teams to even get to places like Al Azahar. But thinking of Capital Militar, no way, Jose. So changes here that we can drastically see is that HWG opts to start off in Valdemar. WPM takes the east point. I thought they will be the ones going to the west point instead. So Los Leones will see 2 teams, and namely the guys of Asia as well as FOD. So that also means that other teams will be around the central zone as well as up north. The question is, will there be another battle in South Picado this time?
Well, it looks like the answer is no, since KE playing this time, so no team wants to really challenge them inside of Picado. But I'll be interested to see what's happening inside Los Leones. Now, Los Leones is big enough to put in a few teams, so we might see a good distance between them. Okay, we have visual right now, so it's going to be FOD and the guys of Asia. But because both of them take each side, so I think they'll focus on the loot and probably not to crash in onto each other this early.
Yeah, there's ample of space inside of Los Leones, and I'm surprised that not there's only 2 teams. You can fit up to 4 teams if you wanted to. That's a little bit stretch, and of course involving a little bit more of a fight between some of them. So Los Leones is such an interesting city, right? Like you have this a couple of sectors that divides the city: the hillside, the factory section over the north with the warehouses over on the south side, as well as the cave, and then you have the major city. So it's kind of like a two city in one, right? Like if this is were to be a state somewhere on Earth, I don't even know how do you even compare this to. Meanwhile, champions of the past match, FVMPX, now sees more than just a glimmer of hope, now positioned at 11th, needing to chase up against TGOA as well as PBE, and any more will be extras.
Yeah, okay, so based on the chart that we can see on the right, so TGOA, PBE is the close. For them to catch FOD is quite a stretch. They need to come up with something really huge. But if they can leave a lead onto TGOA and PBE, I think that's good enough.
Yeah, more than good enough, I would say. That will potentially require one more chicken dinner, maybe, for them to do so. Meanwhile, CFU, we've seen this team quite a lot of times, and now without certain teams over onto the lower sectors to play, like Magna currently out of the game, they will not receive extras throughout the course of this battle. So no matter what these teams do, they just have to leave the games with points than to go empty-handed.
Yeah, unfortunately for Magna, they won't be playing this round, so they can't change their fate. And that's the bad part about not playing the final round, right? It's like, you can't do anything about it. You're like dependent on the team's performances. And for the most part, since we still have many teams them and the points are close enough, it's a possibility that they might push down. And for them to be pushed even down, I mean, it's bad for Magna. And if it continues on to tomorrow, they could be one of the teams to be eliminated.
Yeah. And what really is heartbreaking about this whole situation is that most of these teams that are around the elimination zone, their points are so close to one another. So it also tells you that in this season itself, there has been huge improvements of teams that have been able to make the entire league pretty competitive throughout the course of it. Surely, of course, there's a reason why some teams struggle to get as much points to, per se, maybe teams like Yangon Galacticos, GE, and etc. But they just have to ensure that they find their way to get certain targeted numbers that they could achieve on their own. Say, if the target this round is 4 points, get that 4 points, right? Anything else, bonus. But how are you going to get that 4 points? Maybe you want to prioritize positioning, which is easily said than done. If you want to go for team fights, it's always a 50-50, especially when you're going up against some of all these other teams that you don't want to meet. That is going to be less than 50.
Yeah, banking on positioning, especially with the new point system, is really tough because you need to like survive until half of the teams are eliminated, and that is definitely not easy. Unless you get the circle on top of your head, then maybe. But if the circle keeps going away, that's very hard. Unlike like previous seasons whereby, okay, you play for positioning, you can still get an amount of points. But no, I think with the current meta, you have to go for elimination points no matter what.
Yeah, and that's what really makes the new format so exciting, right? And it also tells you which teams deserve to be advancing into the next stage itself, because they put in a lot more effort and get more things done throughout the course of the battle. Sometimes, you know, in the previous system, you can get 5 elimination points, but you will crash out early. Any teams that survive longer than you hitting into the top 8 will still get more.
But we're talking like eliminating half of them. And even so, if you get like starting from, it's only 1 point. So at the end of the day, it's about the points collected, right? So if it's only that 1 point, and assuming that you go out with that 1 point without any elimination points at all, it's still not going to be the benefits that they would expect.
Yeah. And right now, I think that it's fair and balanced that the format will not require any form of change as well towards the near future. But I do wonder if there's going to be any more changes, what should be the changes that should be implemented, because sometimes certain passive plays are meant to happen. Certain team fights may not draw this sort of results. So I think right now I like it as it is. Where a lot of those teams that have worked very hard in the early game, put themselves at risk, getting those elimination points, can still walk away to be maybe a top 5 team by the end of a round. So I think that itself is definitely something that I like to stick with.
Well, if we would,
perhaps if there's going to be changes, I'm looking at the bonus points distribution.
Well, we have a sample for the bonus points, so I can't really think of like a change for the bonus points. But if they were to be changed, and I know this has been discussed before among the pro teams, is that whether two circles will have double points, just like in the PEL. So, but of course, obviously the final decision was not yet. But if there were any changes, then that could be changed because it's already been discussed, meaning that someone's thinking about it.
Yeah, and I think like this game constantly evolves, and so does the player. Need to adapt to it is of utmost importance as well, because sometimes to have the mindset shift when you've been spending so many years playing a certain set format, it suddenly feels like you're playing an entire different game and you have to do a lot of math going on. Well, essentially, if you're already very good at the game, then that's all you have to focus on, right? Like, you put the best level performance and then you can just do the calculations afterwards. FOD starts off with a pickoff. But that's just enough for now. And I do notice, in this matchup, we only have 15 teams, so I guess that's less players for some teams to knock out. Does that also mean that perhaps this will affect some of the points tallied up altogether?
Now it's because of it's one of the lower teams, right? Yeah, so it could still affect it. But anyway, CFU, they resetted themselves. Hang on a second. Oh no, not yet. That one person that was knocked down, he's still on the side. He's being held hostage now, but until Easy takes him out. So first blood given to FOD. FOD right now, I think they're in an okay position to move on to the grand final. But for a team like CFU, they are another team that's actually fighting for their lives.
Yeah, and I don't think that them being passive has been rewarding them all too much, in particularly. And also, I have taken notice that Easy today has secured the most first blood within the span of these rounds. It's been, I believe, twice that he's been able to secure at the very least. So FOD continues to be on an upwards trajectory. Of course, it's still hard to catch up against some of all these players out of Sin, or even YG that's currently topping the board right now. But so long as these teams on the first page have significant improvements on their overall standings, that will give them extra points to play in the grand finals, which is always great because you have such a head start against those that start on the second page.
I guess since we're talking about grand finals and grand finals, right? So definitely the focus will be on those teams at the bottom. FVMPX, rather far away from the circle. There are a couple of teams right in front of them, but now the fight between West Point Mamba and the team at the lower ground. West Point Mamba winning the fight so far. They managed to get one knockdown, but the fight isn't over yet. They're getting closer and closer towards Michi. Michi knocked down. West Point Mamba falling up. Only one left.
And FOD depletes them all throughout. Today, West Point Mamba has gone for a lot of close quarter combat that did not result in any of these exchanges going on in their favor. One after another falling, and now it's only down to Federalis, I do believe, that survives to tell the tale. So we can still count on this MVP of the tournament so far. But no points whatsoever to kick things off for West Point Mamba.
But even if he's the MVP, it's like one person. We still have all the teams in this round. And a punctured tire, and a back tire. In fact, oh no, this is not good for Federales.
He's got to look for another brand new vehicle inside the city. And I'm not sure if that UAZ is working. He's staring at it. Looks like it's functioning. Maybe not, because sometimes I get fooled because it didn't render properly until much later on, and it's like, oh, it's one of those broken vehicles on the road. Meanwhile, Mernat Boy will find Magics, and Raul joins in, so little health. M249 in hand, as well as DBS, and shots fired at Murna Boy will bring a little bit more of the lifeline back to Didi. Still waiting to be rescued, but Romeo Boy is going to be holding inside the building. Juggy, he's the only member that's healthy. Raul's still surviving, but the chances of invading that building and winning YG is going to be pretty hard. Downhill battle against PBE. Enigma has got to find something here.
Okay, PBE, high ground, Enigma, lower ground, Enigma also fighting for their life. Raimon knocked down by Caps. Caps needs to reset. He's super duper low right now, 10% of health. Q needs to reset as well. More board finishes of Caps. And looks like the advantage towards up a cool, and Raimon's still down. Moboy actually is the only one left, and it's gonna be QB from the other side. PBE is out, and Enigma starts off well.
And this is the start of something new. Even Enigma have found their glory ways from the gutter. 4 massive points. Trouble looms ahead for CFU as well. And where exactly is CFU in this map? They're about to move into the outskirts of Los Angeles, into the circle. But look who's there. GE. Right below that crease that they're currently driving forward. And that might just be their demise. Supports all the way to the back though. So it's going to be 3 versus 4.
Ooh, look at the southern side. It is Federales. They found him. Federales all alone. Can give a clutch. He starts off with John. Finishes off John, securing that point. But Nuggets in from the other side as a follow-up. And that is it for West Point Mamba. Looks like we're seeing them again tomorrow instead.
Yeah. An early days rest. Securing 1 point at least. West Point Mamba will not like how the standings gonna look by the end of the day. But there were days that they could secure 3 back-to-back chicken dinners, and only then that they could chase back up to the top.
Ooh, by FOD, 5 elimination points already, not bad. But for CU, a team that is struggling, that is fighting for their life, now going up against Falcon. Knows that they're there, and they want to take over this compound. This compound is by the edge of the circle. The name will be cooked up by D2Y. Goblin will come in and join up with his teammates. He's going to come in a little bit later, but not too late for the party. Yes, now shots fired onto CFU. 2 of them low.
Aaron being tagged out, and more of these grenades are flying his way. Support holding on. The other 2 members of CFU is not going to be regrouping with the rest, so Falcon definitely has a significant advantage. Meanwhile, Zen books off of that location. Looks like they'll be able to actually get by safely, but leaves 1 behind. So Falcon, they will be eventually sending it all in to go in for the chase. And at the same time, Falcon has Saint Cloud spotting out Master's Mount.
Oh, okay. Are they going to leave that 1 behind? Looks like that might be the case. Okay, Falcon's not going to finish up the job, but easy down by Goblin. And now D2Y is going away. Looks like they're going to focus on the front, but oh, Saint Cloud is there. He know he got it in the bag. That's why the other team is like, okay, you got it. That's fine. But the last member of CFU comes out the shack and Falcon clean it up.
Yeah, absolutely clean work coming out of Falcon, but there are a lot of other teams that have actually stolen a lot of all these points away as well. They've only secured 1 so far, and I believe FOD to be the victors of most part. 5 points secured. Enigma having 5 as well. These 2 teams are the ones with the most eliminations at the moment. FOD find themselves over on the corner of the ditch. Meanwhile, more of these bullets are flying all around the corner. Members of the side of Falcon being tagged up. Joseph decides to break the vehicle very early on. Not sure if this is going to hurt them on the long run. There's still a little bit more of that journey. It's still stage 4. But from here on, going on foot is still possible, but rather dangerous.
Ooh, circle moved. Okay, FOD's on the outside of it. They need to win the fight against Falcon. But there's another team on the left, and that's going to be Eyes of Asia. FOD not in a good position. The Nade almost taking them out. APG onto HWG. Let's go. A Shroud knocked down by the top. That must be from afar.
That actually sets things up pretty well for HWG. No vision whatsoever for exit. He's just slowly crawling by the corners of the door, and just like that, Marcos coming in from the back, eliminates one, and slowly but surely, HWG will be deterred from getting all too much being done. And just look at Marcus, he's just dealing so much damage and lost out of exit. And now, only one remain, Mewtwo. One of the most powerful Pokemons may be able to hold them back, but I'm honestly not too certain with this position from here. But Harley, he's chipping in, taking down exit from afar.
Yaka, last man. Going up against APG, not in a good position. But Raul from MPX, wow, okay. They made a rotation from the left all the way to the right, just for him to be in the circle just yet. But if he goes further forward, it's going to be GE, it's going to be Falcon for him instead. But in this compound, the fight's not over yet though. APG taking their time to reset.
So many of all these teams are over on the south side, and here goes Falcon marching forward, cleans up the rest of 5 of danger. They start off well, and looks like they overheated, especially as I questioned of them breaking down their own vehicles. They could have actually used that to rotate out of the way, despite the dangers that there is. Yatka can only hold on for so long. Sonic shut them down, and that is HWG at 11 with only 1 point to take.
Now Enigma and Game Lab next to each other. Oh, actually 3 teams next to each other. Oh, right, this will be interesting because they're all playing by the edge of the circle, meaning that phase 6 circle may be away from them. So they all need to end this fight quickly. As Enigma waiting for them to make the first move before they come in, I guess.
Yeah. Enigma is just doing whatever is possible to keep themselves alive. There is a little bit of an empty room from the north side. They don't really have to rush over on the other side, as they can play safely by these corners of the warehouse. But from afar, if they're not careful enough, GE could still have a little bit more to exchange against them. Meanwhile, Falcon, full 4 members, charges in against the rest of the guys of Asia. The grenades are not being lobbed perfectly through the window. And now, still looking for Edward. He's going to lob one more. That should be done in the full minutes.
Oh, but it should be done. Yes, now that the fight's happening. Goblin is the last man. Goblin, can he get it all done? No, not yet. And Goblin is kind of low as well. Well, help with the DBS in hand, and he turns his back onto the guys of Asia. That's where it's eliminated.
So swiftly done as well. Falcon was doing so well throughout the course of the run. Sonic still limping, and looks like Exodus Marcos will be moving up ahead. I'm not sure if there's going to be anyone out there that will be able to actually do much. Anchor PUBG plays with only 2 members, but APG, they're driving directly towards the members of GE. 3 versus 2.
Raven now closest towards the guys of Asia. Both of them now in the circle. Raven, are they interested to take this fight? They can still move away, they have a vehicle. But we'll look at them again later on. As now we move forward to Younger Galacticos and Game Lab. As we kind of predicted, they did move away from this compound. So Younger Galacticos need to finish up the game. And that is taking the game towards Game Lab. Game Lab is on the other room. Younger Galacticos, okay, everyone's just waiting for the knockdown. This the knockdown they would have wanted, but the counter fire coming in from the other side. Looks like Scotty gets onto Romeo Boy, but Scotty is low as well.
Yeah, he's being burned with those chip damage coming from the Molotov, and he does actually secure it. Man, it feels like he calculated all these angles, and cute Loki didn't even have to look.
And look as FV MPX eliminated without any elimination points in this round. Unfortunately, they're out fairly early. Enigma still in this with 7 eliminations, and Enigma only like what, at least 4 points from FV. Enigma can overtake them.
Yeah, and now that they're still in the running, top 7 still allows them enough room for those ranking points to come true. They just need a few more eliminations or wait for other teams to actually take each other out, and then we will see Enigma going for that tie as well. Enigma, such a beautiful position as well. No teams are to challenge them from the north for the time being. A lot of all the actions are actually happening across the center as well as the south side, where KE So looking for a little bit more of an entry point. You're finding it difficult to actually get much done, but they are driving towards the direction of TGOA, who does have a member being knocked, and they are here to send those grenades into the building.
Oh, the top with the first nade. Davan might come in from the other side. Davan repositions himself at the top. Molly's down Zappo. That could be the opening to see Raven. Raven now. One more down. It's going to be Baby. Thanks to Bon. And now the rest of KE, they will come in. They want to be the mop-up crew. One shot down as well. Harley is the last one standing. Harley, can she pull off an insane clutch against the two from KE?
The top here unleashing the DBS. Now they're just hugging by these corners. TGOA is sending one player out there. Edward wants a piece of the pie, but he's gonna do it all alone, and he have made the wrong decision to do so. Just extra points going in the hands of KE. Today seems to be the best day possible for KE.
Well, the best day possible is not done for them, as Kaya knocks down from afar. And now they're moving on to Raven. Only one left, but Baby will not go down without a fight. Takes down the top. And now Baby, can she do it? Boyshaw comes in from behind. And that is it for Raven. One elimination point.
Enigma still triumphs over all these teams. 8 points of frags already in the hand. Now they are in the top 6. A new contender here in week 2. And Caps have set their sights on the Master Ichi as well. Damage being done, not enough to actually knock him out. Spooky charging that grenade. But that alerts the rest of Enigma. They already have Spooky over on the top side as well. Days are numbered for GE despite the odds. This is going to still be relatively difficult where QB has got a lot of clear room. But taking a look at the minimap, Enigma is taking 2 very different angles, or should I say almost 3 in fact. Spooky will have to deal with both Master Ichi as well as West Carry. They're both charging from 2 different directions.
Yeah, they want to surround the opponent. Oh, hang on. Amura gave him some. Okay, not too sure what happened there. But for Yangu Galacticos, the lower ground. And now not in a good position. But that means that TGOA, they're level 6 with 7 elimination points. Yangu Galacticos still caught on by Enigma. Koopa putting a lot of pressure from the high ground.
10 points already for Enigma, and they spot out Kaya. Line the shots here with the Mini 14. A little bit too far up though. There's also a little bit covered ground for themselves. I'm surprised that Anchor PUBG have kept themselves safe as well. Caps getting knocked, but he will be saved very swiftly. This is a long distance trade that's going to see these 2 teams battle it all out. GE kept themselves right underneath Enigma. It's difficult for them to advance, but Boyshawn is also butting in between the wave. Make this a 3-wave warfare. Boyshawn finds Caps.
Okay, next look over show itself very, very soon in about 10 more seconds. And now KE, they're the only team, the full squad going up against GE, a trio, but Enigma, a duo. Can the duo do it? Enigma now gets a knockdown onto Ichi. KE on the other side overlooking. QB spots Kaya out. Long range shot to Kaya just to keep him at bay.
And as much as these players out of KE have most of these numbers, they still have to actually advance to the zone. And this time, they have to find a little bit more of the angles to work around with. GE members being knocked out, only 1 more member surviving. Guys, just hugging by the corners of the minivan, and West Carey trying to seek a little bit more info, knowing that there's not much time to get himself revive. Trying to pull off a Valen play. The vehicle seems to be stuck right now, and GE, they're being cornered up, and eventually Boyshawn finds West Carey.
KE, 10 elimination points now, unstoppable. And then Zyvo eliminated as well. GE is out at 3rd place. Now KE and Enigma. KE, they have the numbers. Enigma on the other side, they try to defend their ground as Enigma Spooky goes out, and it's going to be KE taking on the final today. KE is on the roll.
2 chicken dinners here on the penultimate day, and tomorrow looking even brighter for KE team to maybe advance ahead of the competition to secure their #1 spot. That adds so many chicken dinners secured by this team. throughout the course of the week itself, and there is just no stopping. Looking absolutely invincible.
Yeah, KE will be looking forward to take that #1 spot below the noses of teams like GE, below the noses of teams like Austria Esports. Man, KE, they're slowly climbing up, and with 4 more games to go for them, it's possible. And this time around, the MVP is the top. I mean, for KE, if they get a chicken dinner, they'll be rotating the MVP, meaning that everyone's pulling their weight.
Yeah, so far the top have always been a very dominant player. Look at the damage being done. 3 elements, sure, but a whopping 1,043 damage to be put out, and you're telling me he's only contributed 21%. Can you imagine how much more the team has been able to do throughout this round itself?
Wow, okay, I'm kind of surprised that KE didn't travel much, but it's okay. It doesn't matter as long as you get the chicken dinner on the board. Enigma, the team that traveled the most, they had a lot of fights in their travels. That's why they got a lot of elimination points. They got opportunity to take fights, and they still got a decent amount of elimination points. So not too bad for Enigma. Really, it's pretty good if you kind of think about it, because they are fighting for their lives to get into the finals. Let's check out the highlights from the previous round. It was a good end for the day for King.
That's right, and Enigma really started off their run here by eliminating PBE, and after that, every single fight that they have on Direct 4 vs 4, they actually won until the very final moment. And KE, there's so many teams that actually drive past them, and they managed to also clear all these sort of sectors, and that really creates that huge opening for a tally up to 24 points for this chicken dinner.
24 points. Enigma not too shabby, because they got 10 elimination points. They still 16 points. The only 2 teams with a double-digit score in this round. On the other end, PBE 0 points. CFU also for their lives, but not getting a single point at all.
Yeah, it is a tough position to be, and looking at the map itself of how things have transpired, you see only the top 6 teams of the round have been able to get most of the things done, with most of it coming in from elimination points. And look at KE. This is that third chicken dinner, and they even push GE, the Titans of Week 1, down to 5th. Same goes to HWG. They have been able to shift up and downwards. So it is very likely that whoever has a good day tomorrow would be able to match up to Austria at #1 with 155 points.
I mean, they're only 20 points difference from the #1 spot, with 4 go for themselves. It is still looking possible for KE to snatch away that #1. Just take it away from Austria Esports, take it away from Sin, take it away from Yangon. In fact, they are only 1 point different from Yangon Galacticos. But since this is the last few days of the league, this is where it all matters. Who's at the bottom? Magna is now at number 16. All the way from page 1 to now number 16.
Oh, they have definitely fallen from grace, and only if they do secure a chicken dinner tomorrow in one of their rounds, perhaps they will be safe. Other than that, I don't even know. Can they get those double-digit frags per round? It is going to be very difficult, as every other teams are also looking to battle all out. But Harami Bros, so far they have not really moved too far off. It is just sliding 1 position down. As much as GE is not having the best of firepower performance this week, I think they still accrue a lot of all these positioning points, and still till today GE has 210 total eliminations across all the days being played.
Yeah, I guess what they achieved last week really carried forward to this week, and well, based on this stats, they're still at the top. In fact, they're the first team to break a 200 elimination mark. And that puts GE still at the top of the MVP race. Federal is to number 3. Skynin moves up to number 2. And we have FV there at number 4. EG looking good for GE. That's why they gotta keep nice and healthy.
Yeah, I love that now we see a huge variety of names popping on the radar already, where it wasn't just Federalists versus the squad of GE. Skynet have been really showing up a lot for this week, alongside with Sinners, who actually kicked off with so many of all these chicken dinners really going off their way. And we start to see a fine balance, but Master Itchy, he's still got to maintain his form as well as pacing, because past couple of rounds, he's been picked off very early on, and there was a couple of all these fights that didn't really go the way of GE. But the last round, we see them make it into the top 4, so that's good going for them.
Yeah, really good there for GE and Ichi. But of course, if GE doesn't like get the #1 spot, I mean, at this point, definitely GE will be in the grand finals. That is where it all matters for the championship. Of course, you all want an extra start because of the bonus points, but maybe those few points won't make much of a difference for them. They can still catch up. Not going to be an issue. But of course, that will be conversation for the grand finals later on. Tomorrow's conversation will be about who will be eliminated. So before we end the show, I believe it's the last day for Contra for the PMPL SEA Wildcard. So perhaps last words from you.
Well, I made the best team make it to the grand finals. I think it's definitely going to be an exciting final. So all of you guys out there, thank you guys for watching throughout this Banner League. Tomorrow there's still one more day to go. And of course, thank you, Sir Cloud, because you've been an amazing partner. And of course, same goes to all the other friends of ours that has been doing the entirety of this show. So lots of love for you guys back at home, and make sure you guys stay safe, and we'll catch you guys very soon. Make sure you watch tomorrow. Bye.